Good morning. On the day when England mourns the late Queen of England, the truth shall be told by the star-seed of this world. We are not controlled by economic control, parasites, the manipulation, psychological tactics, introduction, the main manipulating groups, the main propagandists, economic control steps towards the global bank, the political control, the world army, UN, be prepared, population control, who are we, and the mind manipulation, which is all going on, ego. Further examples of manipulation, the pharmaceutical racket. This is on the article on the page, educateyourself.org, for one to go and research. So, as a world stage, we'll see it passing of Queen in London, seeing the veil and under the veil. And as you can see, it's a ritual today, where you observe yourself. Versailles, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050. These are the times. The late Bill Cooper used to go into all this in History of the Monarch. The bloodline families, 13 of them actually, and it gives you the genetic and genealogy side. For now, as they do, hack into my internet. This is what the world majority of people are watching. How much is this costing the economy? Be aware you're not free to speak the way I would like to speak. And don't forget, this is England, London. The Crown Corporation city in itself, the City of London Business District, separate from the City of London. Educate yourself. Big Ben, House of Commons is limited company. House of Parliament limited company. It's all business and commerce. So, if you want a distraction, research the truth. If you want to know,
also here to represent them, the chiefs of
well, I don't need to say nothing. This is what's known in England. The state funeral. The London Bridge is falling down a long time ago. But anyway, if you look at the history of it, let me just first check something. Hmm. The Antichrist is already here. So just check this channel. The world not controlled by the elites were powerful souls. But as you can see, my internet's being limited. The world not. Let me show you where everything's been covered by the late monarch. So, observation. At the same time, we've got weather events going on around the world. skies are very much the weather. It's very much controlled. So I will show you the effects of what really is going on the waterfront. But first of all, let's get rid of that one. I'm going to show you another subject. This is all linked together. It's separate. Okay, full screen. This is Winwood. Out of Mark spoke to the Queen. Right, just get that correct. There will be no ship information on Charles. Really? With all due respect, I think the truth need to get out about the weather. Too. Let me go back. Let me show you this. This is not the sunrise. A sunrise would be just one spot. It would not be the red and the orange at the far end. It would not be the dark cloudiness. I'll carry on. Open your eyes. God save our gracious Queen. Long live the gracious Queen. God save the spirits. God save our Lady Queen. God save her soul. God save her. 70 years of our late Queen. May her rest in peace. That is symbolic of 70 years, but it goes back further than that. It's not just the late Queen. The history is quite interesting when you dig into it. And all I'm sharing you is a webcam. There's a lot of changes on the way. The fear is what they feed off. These snakes and demons. The reptilian shape-shifting entities are among us. What they say? They live. So yeah, here's this guy. Think of all that funds, all that public money, all that monetary system. Did you just see that entity fly into that camera? About billions when people are starving, people are homeless, people are going to struggle to pay their way. You know, the economy crashing, the reset. It's money subjects. But be well, your communications are going to be monitored already, more than ever today, than ever now. Everything. And it's not just the physical items. This is spiritual. Yeah. It was either a light fly or some strange object trying to disguise that camera. This is Isle of Wight. You think about how many diplomats from around the world are in London right now. How many security undercover? How much this is all costing the public? How much it's costing the public because a hotel chain? Look at that skyline. When did you ever see it orange? In the morning. Now, who is the Monarch supporter? Who is not? Look at those clouds merging with the sea. Do you think that now it takes a year, apparently, for the monarchy, i.e., the transfer of the crown, to I think they call it now King Charles, is it the third? It takes a year for him to be crowned officially. I'm not an expert, you can research that. But really, do you think he's going to take the crown like that? Or would it be done and passed? Is it, what's he called now? The Prince William, what's his official title? I'm not sure. Or would it be passed down to Harry, Prince Harry? And will he reject it because he's more modern man? Who knows? All these changes are forthcoming. But never fear, these demonic entities are doing the bidding of the occultists. This satanic ritual abuses and satanic has already been exposed about certain royal members of the family by others already years ago. And it's not just them, is it? There's all sorts in the world of what's going on, past and present. Here we go into the pink again, the sky. Yellow and orange. And it's very light above it. So I'm going to speed it up. Look at that skyline. You got the comets at the top of the right hand side. You've still got the colours down. You got the ritual. Oh my gosh, look at that. Planet X, Wormwood, Negro is here. They ain't gonna tell the public what's really going on with the world. Well, why do you think they're trying to send out space rockets? Beautiful colours, aren't they? Beautiful colours. But which is the sunrise? Is it that one? Which one? So above and so below. It's amazing when you look at. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. Oops. I went a bit too far on that one. I don't want to start all over again. I don't want a train station. Try and look at this These birds on the beach don't care what's going on in the world. Beautiful nature is trying to survive. They're destroying the nature as they are with the human being. Effects in our health. Look at these colours, it's amazing. Right, what comets were up in the sky already. I mean, that would happen. Yeah, here we go. Times we're living in. Look at these massive comets that I can see. Top of this sky, right, top right, are comets, massive ones. Down below, you still got the pink, not the natural sunset. You've got comets on the right hand side, left hand side, top of the screen. This is our world. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, this is what I want to see. Look at this. Pink, are they pink? Okay. So I'll come out of that. Come out of that. So let me show you what the mainstream narrative. Pathetic. Anyway, let me try and share. Not going here. Here you go. Look how the hacking is evident the control. You send your demons around. You can get back where you came from. This is witnessing hacking. Yeah. There you go. You want to be your respect. Be my guest. Each to their own. I'm not all of this. Never have been. We're all our own path of destiny. Look up, wake up. Do you ever remember that time somebody did a video, I don't know how long ago now, when there was some young lad trying to out the window of the palace in London? That got no real media attention, did it? Was a new statement coming out of the royal family's household representative agent? No. What about the underground duns? The ritual abuses they do, sacrificing the innocent? Did anyone investigate that? Interesting. So let's educate oneself, shall we? Main groups, Freemasonry. What do you think is taking place now? Round Table Water Institute for International Affairs. Council of Our Relations. The Burger Group. Trilateral Commission. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. That's from 1984 book by the pen author George Orwell. From the moment our senses first register the presence of our parents, we are being shown what that life apparently is. And there's no fault of ours or theirs. Our parents began the programming as their views of life shaped by their education, employment, the media are imposed upon us. The formal education through schools and colleges and universities continue by systematic indoctrination with the current views in interpretations of science, history, society, examining its passes and the ability to get on in life. Alternatively, views and the rejection of establishments, education led to supposedly better jobs, struggle against economic poverty. Our entire understanding of the world and current affairs is filtered through the mass media, interpreted by journalists and so-called experts. The views become our views simply because we're not offered any alternatives to overcome daily problems within society. We tend to elect representatives of our community. We give our discussion-making abilities to those few who are increasingly remote, assuming local council power is removed to national government and over more to Europe. Our experience of life is determined by framework of society. The basic premise is that goal of each individual should be become a minute part in a global machine of communism led by Western multinational international corporations and banks. Every other consideration is subordinate to the prime motivation of profit. And this is why it's all spiritual. Obviously, those in position of influence, politicians, bankers, corporate executives, media mongols, have been, accordingly to their own definition, successful within the system, to have an interest and maintaining the status quo at all costs. Why do you think that a lot of these invited into the current Queen of England, the late Queen of England, funeral today? This framework shapes every aspect of our life, for education, media, healthcare, cultural, sporting, religion, etc. With these farming conditions in place, the system regulates itself. Individuals of attitudes, the system archives status and influence within it. Those who accept establishment rules find ways to impose these rules. Those who are blind to exploitative realities of consumerism are in position to promote it, regardless of how the framework came to be imposed. The truth is that the same attitudes control education, media, government, banks, therefore expert, irresistible influence over every aspect of our lives, our thoughts and opinions. The vast majority of the world's population are merely sheep, happily following the herd. However, it's broadcast in the media, whatever, like today, it's broadcast in the media, it's being discipled to the masses suddenly, and miraculously becomes desired by the masses. Whatever our neighbour owns or achieves becomes the object of great envy, and we lust to acquire what we believe to be ours by right. Thus, when we are shown a solution to a problem, old school solutions to anything which interferes our need to follow the latest trends, we accept it without question and cease to seek any further for ourselves problems around, and so do solutions. But it is the easiest and most profitable preferred option which is seized by the majority. Whilst majority are tampered underfoot in their stampede to acquire the latest object ideology. And just like sheep who follow blindly, without question, direction of the herd, we are led through the gates of a pen to be confined at the shepherd's convenience until it's time for the final journey, once again without hesitation, and happy in the knowledge that we are within crowd through the gates of the slaughterhouse. However, this framework has not been constructed by chance or appeared by accident. It is a deliberate policy which has been implemented over the centuries, and I repeat, over the centuries, and continues with over more sinister repercussions to date. It is the identities of these shepherds, their methods and motivations, and which the following chapter concerned. Since biblical times, the knowledge outlined briefly in the book below has been largely withheld from the majority of people throughout the world intentionally. This information is a reminder of the knowledge, but gradually dispersed and further diluted by certain events, like the Great Flood. Throughout the ages, lost information has been returned to the collective consciousness of mankind via prophets and channelers. Great mystery schools such as, and it quotes what order, set themselves apart in order to carry forward the knowledge. Very carefully selected initiates. These initiates were the mystics and MAI, as well as scholars, healers, philosophers, who said very much influenced by the Jewett culture. Sorcery was maintained by these orders to avoid prosecution and prevent the very powerful information from falling into the wrong hands, or those who use it for imbalanced reasons. Knowledge was concealed within myth, often passed between generations by word of mouth alone. As in the case of the Celtic Jews, any written documents are carefully chippered within the keywords, codes, known only to selected initiates, I should say, covens, I should say they're called, formed throughout the world and maintain secrecy through secret signals codes which reveal at their meeting places. The practices persist to date, and guess what? They're lying to be known as amongst secret orders such as occultism and cults and Freemasons, etc. Eventually, a larger number of sects, which were initially subdivided in divisions, essentially the same orders, began to decide the original purity of the documents. The gradual misrepresentation of codes and myths, as well as uprising of desires caused by many of these groups to become separated into their intent. And some of these have developed into occult organizations and religions. Luciferian influence has seen to it that most dogmatic religion owns more to misinformation of the basic truths than anything else. Differences are improvised, seen as more important than followers of such creeds. The common ties between them all due to misrepresentation. The same fundamental knowledge all the world's major religions share a pagan origin, but generally move their sights further and further to the left centre with the truth inevitably lies. Despite this, some of the pure mystery schools have survived for the ages in areas and all over the world. The ancient Egyptian magicians, the ancient Greek philosophers, the Celtic Jutes, American Indians, salmon, Australian original salmon, Oriental magicians have all possessed knowledge pertaining the truth of nature and creation. Initiates were often revealed holy men, and were spared the distractions of daily life in order to keep alive the flames of the intent and magical life. However, within certain of the more secret societies, Luciferic consciousness has much take hold, with dangerous consequences for mankind. For millennia, human history has been a chronicle power and struggle of mankind against man and man against nature. In his ever physical five-sense projection state that to which man could acquire for himself as an individual has been the main motivating factor, often seen as essential for survival. Survival has been perceived as the fittest, the most powerful, the wealthiest. This has portrayed in imbalance all the way to its most bitter conclusions, which are war, bondage, persecution, domination through conflict, and my ever over Mercus has seen of Benthamism, social hierarchy, the worst possible expressions, to penetrate their claim of diverse superiority over masses of rulers, and the rulers of the past have exploited and ways to achieve their goal. Both subtle and violent. One method has been recognised as being the most effective. It's employed by the ruling aristocracy, the monarchy, different ones around the world. Throughout the world, such prehistory right up to the present day through governments, businesses and monarchies. That is, by keeping masses in ignorance of the true potential power, to keep them a lower level education and spiritual level, by the way, copying their minds away from who they truly are from birth, to manipulate them via somatic education programming all areas of their existence into channeling their lives into pursuit of handing over power to their rulers. If this can be done in such a way that masses have recourse, and believe this condition to be the only way to live, then they will be truly unlikely to challenge the status quo. The present system has been engineered throughout ages by this imbalance of secret societies in order to penetrate their wealth and power. If it is they who designed the system, that is only they who know every individual's linked in the chains, which have been kept us in bondage for millennia. Today we have a global network of secret societies initiates into the mysterious, whose only motivation to serve Luciferian consciousness, and that is still to date and is carrying on, and we're living the proof of that. You just watch what's going on in everything to date. Educate yourself, take a look. Read this for yourself. Armed with vast amount of wealth and knowledge, the negative secret society network has flourished in the aristocracy of the world. Power, wealth, information has been gained and maintained via warfare, exploitation, especially in the last century, through the control of the world's economic systems, what they're doing now and what they do in the future. Collectively, these organizations, led by the self-appointed global elite, have become as the Brotherhood. These days, invitation into various secret societies, which form the Brotherhood, is relatively easy. Potential initiates are handpicked and invited to join executive clubs, such as the Freemasons, and continue manually beneficial business cartels, which are merely Brotherhood front organizations, and candidates are tempted with the promise that once accepted into organization, many personal mm, advantages would be offered, improved career with promotion easier to achieve, more positive lifestyles, obstacles to success would be made to disappear. In other words, this mutual beneficial all boy network will take care of its own. The only way for the Brotherhood to prosper is to keep the world in ignorance of who they really are, by convincing people that they're only little more than robots. They can use these robots to penetrate their power base. Power always seeks power, and will never stop until all power is forced solely in the hands of the most ambitious. So you can read this article yourself. In the last century, in technology development, particularly in terms of communications, the leaders sought to realise their ambitions more swiftly, more, more blatantly. Viable aims: the creation of the world government, a world currency, a bank, a world army, control of the public opinion, combinating into microchip population, connected to central computer, destruction of alternative to the system, to make huge amount of money in the process. The sinister plan by the elite has become popularity, known by the researchers of the New World Order. The situation within the hierarchy of the elite is necessarily complex, as the activities are concealed between the large number of the front organizations, varying degrees of secrecy. Everything is based upon pyramid principle, with a very few elite at the top, as you all see now, ultimate controllers, right down to those at the bottom. In the largest numbers have no idea what the true agenda is, and be administered to them from above. Through the levels of invitation from the bottom to the top, only the most ambitious and ruthless are filtered out to occupy more and more and more selected positions of power and knowledge of the ultimate agenda. This is further enforced at each step of the pyramid by process and compartmentation. This is the operation of the need to know principle. This way, those upon the level of the pyramid know very little of the fellow initiative business involved within all over plan. Vast majority of people working to further the elite aim of the New World Order do not knowingly, or well, correction, to further the elite aim of the New World Order do so unknowingly, but others whose names constantly reoccur will have plenty of idea what's happening. The US was founded by the elites for the very reason of executing the plan to control the world. It is a nation in which the hub of the world influence, Christopher Columbus and his voyage, was backed by financed by the Brotherhood, with his ship's sails bearing the red cross on a white background, which is the symbol of the Knights Templar. And it quotes particularly which order, who went on to become the Freemasons, etc. Whose symbol of the red cross, correction, symbol of the red rose or cross, become a white background which represents blood and semen in satanic ritual. Can you believe that? Yes, you demons, you ain't affecting me. Almost a century before Columbus, the Templars had reached North America and had already begun trading with and exploiting the native nations there. Since its discovery, the history of the USA has been a history of cleansing and poisonization, power, slavery, most exploitation of the worship of wealth. It was claimed the US president, generally accepted as the most powerful man in the world, is a slave to the Primitive Alliance, the Brotherhood. Even he is probably not a top-level member, as it is wiser to hide behind the tooling of corruption in humanity and to pull the strings in that way. As I speak, Australia earthquakes in Taiwan, 6.9 earthquake. Weather warnings going on. Yeah, turn your TV off. Don't watch it controlled. Psychological campaign going on today, if you want. I don't have a TV, so just beware the technology ramping up 5G. Watch a good movie. Wow. It's a really interesting document, this is. And there's several, but I won't read it all because I just woke up. I'm tired. Wow. You want to know the truth? Is this? It's just a website. You could actually look around. There's a ritual taking place. There always is something going on. Why do they have to come after and target people when they know this is the Luciferian world? The Luciferian taking over the consciousness, which has been taking place on this planet, you know. I'm not here to, I do not seek to condemn these people for beliefs. Everybody should be free to develop their own belief system. But I feel that they are, in many ways, they seek to impose upon the majority, conceal the truth. And they've allowed themselves to become slaves to, and to the majority implementation of the Luciferian consciousness, which is taking place on this planet to the blink of destruction. Presenting the information consciously is a difficult operation due to the complexity of the interconnections between people, organisations, events. So the author here says, I've attempted to simplify the situation in manageable amounts and it remains mainly the tip of the iceberg, really. And it should be remembered that nothing is black and white. No one is good or evil. Such simple definitions are part of the manipulation which encourages us to judge our neighbours in order to create conflict. Freemasonry. The basic recruitment of members further to the elite plans is through the secret society network of Freemasonry, which is the largest incarnation of Christianity military order known as the Knights Templars, who were gained staggering riches and wealth and knowledge during the Crusades, and which religious Christians were dispatched to the Holy Land with free rein to slaughter the Jews, Muslims, in a series of campaigns between, and this is where history comes in, the 11th century and 13th century. The vast majority of members of these three rocks of the 33 level hierarchy have no idea of the hidden agenda. Once initiated into the lowest level, for the first of 33 degrees, vows are taken to pledge lines to secret society before. Most initiates are willing to do this, as temptation of power, wealth, and knowledge is hard to refuse. It is hinted that there are penalties to pay for betraying their society and revealing its secrets, but at this level, the organisation is viewed by its members as little more than a secretive club, with a majority based on chivalry. Certain of what appears to be secrets are revealed to them upon interpretation as a tester for what's to come to the initiate. Faithful to the order, money is then paid by the initiate in order to progress excuse me, to second degree. And that's how it goes each stage. The invitation to that higher degree is an increasingly large number of money to be paid. And still the clues keep coming. Promises of wonderful knowledge, and yet the actual knowledge of the reveal remains encoded and only serves to whet the appetite. No one is ever given full scenario. Only pieces of what appears to be a picture, the most awesome significance. As more is revealed, higher the ladder and the shade is loud. Great are the personal perks provided, doorways open, turns career, social status. However, the warnings against the transgression of the secret society rules become blatant and more sinister each step. It's impossible to achieve the high levels of infiltration within Freemasonry unless one is handpicked by those at the highest degrees. In order to do this, one must meet the criteria of wealth, status, class, character type. Wow. The result of this financially depends upon the progress of the top level memberships and the Brotherhood elite are among the richest, most powerful and rich people in the world. They're also responsible directly, indirectly for most of the money, power-based crimes such as the illegal drugs industry, political assassination, Satanism, mind control. Oh yeah, which goes on every day all around the world. At the pyramid of the Brotherhood are the select few actually know the full agenda of the organisation. These privileged elites have known as the Illuminati, which is Latin for the illuminated ones. All others members, in the article it says, nearly 5 million worldwide are arrogant or true purposes of their individual organisations as a front for the Illuminati. Only the most suitable are selected to raise the ranks. Those recognised being wealthy, ambitious and corrupt enough to procure the ultimate goal, which is world domination. No one but the Illuminati actually knows anything important, therefore cannot portray the game plan. Anyone else provides a front? A smokescreen of the ignorance and misinformation, all must offer complete obedience to the will of their organisation or be banished or worse. And the same thing happens in our universities, where the particularly talented scholars are approached with magnificent offers of wealth, status in order to follow the unofficial secret research programs such as psychological warfare, advanced energy sources, UFOs, etc., etc. Yeah, the advancement in technology is more than just UFOs. Time travel, Project Looking Glass, all this advancement in technology, for example, the mind control that what they do to target individuals, basically 1940s, and the patterns began 1950s with your telephone, TV, and who do you think controls the internet, etc. But I'm just going to go through. Betrayal of the Brotherhood's worst crime, possible in the eyes of its members, punishable by death. The Brotherhood is all-powerful, top-level members. Get this, for the police, military around the world are placed there through the Brotherhood as Brotherhood tools. Judges, lawyers, media, businessmen, politicians are recruited so that no member of the Brotherhood elite is ever in danger of being held accountable by the system for any crime misdemeanor. The Brotherhood can, and quite literally does, get away with murder because it's also law which opposes it. The non-Brotherhood member should slip through the net and achieve higher status than then they quite literally does get away with murder because he also, let me just reread this paragraph, bear with me. Yeah, so the businessmen, politicians are recruited, and no member of the Brotherhood elite is ever in danger of being held accountable by the system for any crime misdemeanor. The Brotherhood can and quite literally does get away with murder because it also has a law which imposes it. If a Brotherhood member should slip through the net and achieve high status, and there are ways to ensure that such people are unable to achieve the for example, I doubt if Prince Charles, this is the time of the article or this one, I'm quoting, I doubt if Prince Charles will ever fulfill his right of knightship, this is an old article by the way, as he has publicly refused to enroll with the Freemasons. Now, I don't know that's been changed since the article here, but it's now King Prince Charles is now the King of England to date in 2022. This article goes on. It quotes every area of our society at all levels, but at the top is the highest society and monetary bracket. The Brotherhood prevails almost in total. It's the single largest vehicle of penetration of Luciferian consciousness on Earth. One of the ways by which faithfulness of members is ensured, especially in higher levels, is by the insistence of the initiated to give details of the most intimate secrets to organisation, so that if any transgression of the rules were ever to occur, then this information would be revealed and used to publicly destroy the individual. For example, Masonic branch, the Skull and Bone Society, centered around the Harvard and Yale universities in America, were founded upon the opium money. That's drugs, isn't it? It's blatantly racist, has come particularly bizarre rituals, including invitation, which includes laying in a coffin with a ribbon tied around the certain part of the body and doing certain sexual things, shouting out one's greatest certain things I won't repeat here. It's boasted among its members who remember the swear complete alliance of society all over. George Bush, Rockefeller, Winston Lord, one-time CPR chairman, 9 members of the board of the Morgan Trust, the House of Titles. And also associated with Freemason within the elite own hierarchy. Yeah, This is Luciferian in a nutshell. I'm just going to skip through a lot of this. Goes into the Round Table, established in 1891. Masonic Night Secret Society. You might want to have a nose in that one. The Royal Institute International Affairs. Chatham House, London, formed in 1920. You might want to investigate that. You might want to investigate the British declaration with Alfred Minor, LIM, or NER, the RIA's patent at the time was the Queen of England, the late Queen of England. Supposedly, the RIA, a think tank, but in fact, it determines British policy at the time of the article, this is, and yet its membership list never divulged, and its charged with secrecy. It attained the current joint presidents, and it goes into who they, at the time of the article, former Foreign Secretary of NATO, close business partner of Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of Prime Minister, goes into quite a list. European Commission. Council of Foreign Relations, founded in 1921. You want to go into this one. Bergen Group was set up 1954 by a Polish socialite, a major voice behind the European Union. Instrumental in its creation was Prince Bernhard of the House of Orange in Netherlands, former German SS officer, a spy by a chemical company, quotes which one, he became the chairman of Shell Oil. Can you believe that? Shell Oil. It was to be a group of leading politicians and their advisors and associates in media, banking and other corporations, military leaders, to meet to discuss the global future by addressing matters of critical importance in the off-the-record manner. You might want to investigate that. It goes into the Electoral Commission, the Brotherhood too. And there you have it. And if you really want to dig deep, so when you watch what you're watching today, you want to know your history, and if you want to believe what you're seeing in front of your eyes, and all that controlled what's going on, technology to control the mind of every individual, and much more. Bank of International Settlements. There you go. Dr. Joel Conway. I think it's better than watching what's going on in the world right now. The true facts are never begin. Okay. Pick up world. Hello, Tanya.
I just want to give you a
Hello, Tanya.
I've been studying this for a long time and seeing what's happened to our country. And I just want to
Hello, Tanya.
kind of sad in this Congress they have to come to a meeting on Saturday morning to the truth for a long time. And I can't turn on the television because you feel like it's in order to do that, I ran across Coleman's work. And when you study this, you look for the truth. And it's a pleasure to find somebody like Dr. Coleman that'll bring you to a new level of what the real truth, who's really behind what's going on in this country. None of this is an accident. This is orchestrated. This has been planned.
Let me make sure I'm sharing
It
this.
is moving right along. And if the people, the only thing to do is inform and learn what's going on, really behind it. And nobody does that better than Dr. Coleman. He's got 3 books.
Yes, don't. I'll start on the 22nd. Don't fall for it, Tanya.
This is the only country left.
Don't fall for the lies, misinformation. Yeah.
Most places that we're talking about. He's been in Lebanon, Brazil, France, Italy, Spain, England, South Africa, and all
These
of the
sellouts.
And he did this, in his work. He has first-hand experience most of the things that are going on here. He studied 5 years in the British Museum in London, also in the Kane Museum in Egypt,
Try not to
where he
watch
did
mainstream
research on
television.
the Black Plague. And, if you study his work.
Noise campaign outside right now. There you go. He speaks on his book on the Committee 300. Right, I don't know how long ago this was. Just see if I'm showing it. Don't watch it, Tanya. If you want to get in, it's up to you. If you want to get indoctrinated, then be my guest. Just check the show. Yes, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. And be careful what you say on the phone, online. I'm trying to share this. They're blocking me. Should be right. He said out. I'll be there. I'll be there. Try not to watch mainstream television.
You study his work
for it. Here we go.
Read his work on AIDS. I think it will shock most of you. In his investigation through the congressional the congressional record is where most information is in this country. And he would feel very comfortable, debating the Supreme Court justice, the Constitution at any time. Because our Constitution is basically being walked all over at this time. But at this time, I'd like to bring on Dr. Coleman, and let's give a big hand to him, and we appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that great talk. It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning. Looking at all these big fellows around the place, I feel a little small in stature, but I would remind you what Wellington told the German General Blücher at Waterloo when he rode up to inspect Wellington's troops. He saw the Scotch and Irish guards on the hillside. He rode through them, he turned to Wellington and said, "They're rather small, aren't they?" And Wellington said, "Yes, but they don't run away." I bring you a message of hope, not fear. A message that I hope will galvanize us all into much needed action. The problem is quite simple. Anarchy and chaos in Washington, D.C. because the federal government...
Who is he? It's here.
Is not entitled
Dr. Joel, 21 goals of Illuminati,
laws
and the committee is
300.
300. Wake up.
Unconstitutional. And when you get men setting themselves up as greater than the Constitution of the United States, you get anarchy and eventually tyranny. Now, I'm paranoid. I'm going to you right up front. Let me tell you what the real meaning of the word paranoid is. It is a man who has the ability to link events that seemingly are not connected. That is the true meaning of paranoid, or being paranoid. Of course, it's been used by our enemies, the socialists, the Marxist liberals, the so-called progressives, to smear it. How many times have I heard it said of me, that fellow parrot? Yes, I'm glad to hear it, because I have the ability to connect events that are seemingly unconnected. And when you do that, you begin to arrive at the truth.
You got Frank Corey there,
and I want to tell you that one of the biggest things I discovered in my work was the existence of a supranational committee composed of 300 men. I came across this quite by accident when I was serving in Africa, in Angola, and I was given a series of documents which were only supposed to be handed in to top-level people. They were what we call above the top level of classification of intelligence. I discovered that I thought I was fighting against the invasion of communists. I was, in fact, fighting to introduce socialist regimes in the black African countries. And I was actually for a committee called the Committee of 300, also known in intelligence circles as the Olympians. I'll stop right there, and I want to digress for a moment and tell you the word intelligence has been bandied around a great deal in the United States. I've seen people write this and that and other intelligence news, really having no experience whatsoever. In 1986, I wrote a work called Mind Control, Extremely Low Frequency Radiation and Weather Modifications. And in that work, July 1986, I said that the top-level intelligence organization in the United States was the National Reconnaissance Office, far bigger than the CIA and any of the other intelligence agencies. And by the way, we have about 10 different ones in the United States.
Demonic.
And I even had the audacity to give the address of this organization. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Sam Donaldson, the gentleman who wears that beautiful two-piece so effectively, he came on with the program in prime time, and he said, this is one of the biggest scoops that ABC has ever had. And he told about the National Reconnaissance Organization. The exact same thing that I published years earlier. I tell you this, set the stage, that you understand I do have some experience, and that I know that of which I speak. You know, the American people are somewhat like the Irish. I'm sure you've heard the story of the Irishman who got shipwrecked, and for many days he was washed up on an island, and as he staggered along the beach, some people came out of the trees waving spears, and he said to them, is there a government here? And they said, yes. He said, well, I'm against this. Liberty is based on individual freedom. We are individual people. We are not the so disdainfully referred to by Karl Marx and the socialist writers. We objected to attacks, penny a pound, on tea when King George of the Venetian party, now that's probably the first time you've heard that expression. It took me 5 years of digging in the British Museum of London, in London, which I consider to be the finest repository of knowledge in the world, to come up with that name. That's what the party of King George was called, and we'll come to the reason for that. But our colonists said we're not going to pay this penny a pound on tea. Today, we are driven on our knees by a tyrannical government which is imposing all sorts of taxes upon us. Worse than that, trammeling on.
So the station works outside your block of flats.
Which is the second greatest dot.
What, on the Queen's funeral? What, it makes cease or what?
Against the
This
mighty
is how
power of King George
demonic
III,
worked.
the most potent force in the world at that time. Then, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we rebelled against a federal government that is failing the Constitution under every day of the week. King George III, the Venetian party of the Northern, that is said Adam Smith, a servant of the British East India Company, to formulate a policy which he called free trade. And by the means of free trade, Adam Smith, the greatly beloved economist of the Marxists, the Socialists, and the Liberals, hoped to bring the small manufacturers and the industries established by the colonists to their knees. Let me tell you unequivocally that free trade is piracy. There is no such thing as free trade. We have to reject this constant brainwashing to which we are subjected. Free trade began with Adam Smith and the British East India Company. Now, who is the British East India Company? They played a massive role in the history of the United States of America. Only you are not taught this in your school or in your university, but you need to know. In my book, The Committee of 300, which took 20 years of research, and incidentally, I was only a little behind with Karl Marx. He spent in the British Museum in London, where he got most of these things from. I point out that the British East India Company was the most powerful trading company in the world. They made their massive money out of the dope trade. They first grew prime poppies in 2 gardens in Kensington in London, got the best producing poppies. They then shipped them to Benares in India, where they began a massive production of poppies, of good producing poppies. They then used their famous teachers to transport the poppies in the form of raw opium to China. By their military force, they imposed an opium policy on China that turned the Chinese nation into a nation of addicts. They forced this policy, which was known to the Royal and Lord Gladstone, Prime Minister, and every one of the lords and ladies in England. And they made a massive, huge fortune in researching these documents in India House in London. I came across the old teachers and the numbers of kegs of opium they carried in the valleys. And I totaled up these things, and I found to my astonishment that if we took 20 as an optimum year for profits, General Motors and Ford, in 1 year, the opium trade in China was 3 times the profits, the combined profits of Ford and General Motors in 1970. And this was shared by 300 people. That was the committee that ran the British East India Company. They all had equal voting rights. They could not outvote each other, and of course they were sworn to secrecy. The descendants of the British East India Company today run the United States. And I will hope to prove my thesis as we go on. They also interfered in the United States on every occasion. They armed the Indians, they armed the people against the settlers who were pushing west. They ran Hudson's Bay Company. They also ran so-called mission stations in China and got missionaries who were not missionaries at all to push opium on the Chinese. I remember a conversation with the late General of Egypt, Prime Minister of Egypt, President of Egypt, and one of the top journalists, with Chow En-lai. And Chow En-lai told him, he said, you know, the Americans and the British gave China a nation of opium addicts, and now with the Vietnam War, it's our turn. We are going to make the Americans a nation of opium addicts. So you can see the influence, the evil-based of the British East India Company upon the great nation of the United States of America. They were the ones who financed the war. They put up the money for the British troops to buy the Hessian mercenaries and to fight the colonists. They raised 3%. Let me remind you that only 3% of the people took arms, stood up against the mighty army of King George III. We are 3% here this morning. That's enough for us to withstand the mighty force of the federal government of the United States of America. These 300 men in the Committee of 300 still rule the world today with an iron. Their wealth is untold, not been. I looked at some of the records I could find in Italy and Rome. I've done most of my work on location, and this has always been invaluable for me. And I came across families in Italy who were called the Fondi, meaning the people who had all the money. They were all members of the Committee of 300. These people are so wealthy that they would make even Rockefeller look like a tiger. That is how they are. And this is the committee that runs the world. Now, in my book, Committee of 300, I named every one of them. This is not a book that talks about voting. It gives you specifics. Same thing in my new book, Socialism, The Road to Slavery, which was 10 years in researching. On July 4, 1779, George Washington told Congress it is necessary for us to impose tariffs to protect the manufacturing of our colonies. That was the first trade barrier. Now, let us dispose for once and for all with the words that have been implanted on our minds, like isolationist, and you are for restricted trade. and you are against global trade. The United States of America did not grow great on global trade. The United States of America grew great on the hard labor of the people who lived in those days and the wise protection barriers put up by President George Washington, because immediately after the war they tried to down the United States through so-called free trade, which is nothing but piracy. Free trade, ladies and gentlemen, is a one-way street which allows other countries to dump their products on our markets to the detriment of our own people. That's what free trade is. It's strictly a one-way street. The trade barriers were increased by Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley. All three presidents paid with their lives for their policy. Disraeli was particularly impressed with Lincoln. Disraeli was the British Prime Minister at the time. And he ordered British MI6 to assassinate Lincoln, which is what they did. The same way as British MI6 publicly executed in later time. Our founding fathers and our presidents saw the barriers of trade barriers. They realized that we, if we wanted to progress, were not to be the dumping ground of the world. And I'm going to leave that subject for now and return to it later. The format that I will use this morning is the type of questions that are most often asked of me. I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of people across the United States and worldwide. And I've been on many radio shows, and these types of questions being written in, and this is what most of all. Who and what is the Committee of 300? Well, I've got you right. I've told you this is a super. There's no boundaries, respects the laws of no country. First time that they were publicly announced was by a German socialist by the name of Walter Rathenau. I'll give you some background on Walter Rathenau. He was the financial advisor to the Kaiser of Germany, and he was also the financial advisor to the Rothschilds, the French family Rothschild. So he must have known what he was talking about. He made an introductory statement in 1950 of 300 men that ruled the world. They are known to each other and with when head of state Mikhail Gorbachev visited the United States a few years ago, flanked by George Bush, and Quayle opened his Gorbachev Foundation in the United States. And he said, this is being done with approval of the Committee of 300. CNN cameras are on. They immediately switched. Now, I wrote to CNN and said, could I have a transcript of the program, which they said was available. I never got a reply. I followed it up, letter after letter. Nothing ever came of it. The point I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, is that the federal government, the secret upper-level parallel government that runs the United States, does not want you to know that you have a upper-level parallel government that calls the shots, that dictates what is going to happen to your life and mine. So that's how I found out about the Committee of 300. The next question is what are the goals? Are a one world government, latterly called the New World Order. The one world government began with King George III. At the time that the colonists were brave enough to take him on, King George was already busy formulating a one world government. He had lined up at least 50 countries were willing to come into this future world dictatorship with him. The goals and those are to make the world over a one world, new world order, controlled utterly and completely by this Committee of 300. How can they possibly carry out their goals? That's the next question that I'm often asked. They do it by dint and by virtue of their fantastic wealth and the fact that they control thousands of the top kings, insurance company. In fact, one of the giant insurance companies, a man called me and said, "You tell me what they are." Metropolitan of New York. I said, "In this part of New York, peanuts." He said, "How can you make that giant American company with the security peanuts? That's the biggest insurance company in the world. They control the organization, everything that happens in the world. Insurance comes to Venice. That's why Venice is so important, because in Venice we have the black nobility. Nothing to do with the color of the skin of the people, and they come back to them as we go along. So the goals are a one-world dictatorship of the most brutal kind. And how they carry it out is they have these interface banks, insurance companies, mining conglomerates, every conceivable control in politics, including the Democratic Party of the United States, which is, of course, since 1980 behind closed doors at the secret caucus in Washington, D.C. The Democrat hierarchy took on the goals of the Socialist Party USA, i.e., based upon the Communist Manifesto of 1890. If you have pushing it, but in my book, every one of the huge gigantic corporations, how they interface. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is an
This is real.
your every so they carry out the goals through organizations. And also, of course, they have built up some special organizations of their own.
The hacking.
I first started writing, when I came here and I revealed the existence of an organization called the Royal
It's massive ritual abuse, a ritual stuff going on.
in Thames and James Square in
Not what you
London.
think it is.
I also revealed the existence of the Club of Rome, the Sea Foundation, the Montelleran Society, the Order of St. John, which was known but not known.
Right,
And I listed all of these secret societies that run the world as executive arms of the 300.
Dr. John Goldman, 21 goals with Illuminati,
All of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, the executive arm of the 300.
There you go. Let's take this out.
The chain of command is as follows. Every secretary
It's not
that has
to
been
theory
since
for
1919
anyone.
is appointed by the Royal Institute of
Don't put
Affairs.
all the
That
usual
comes as a
control stuff going on.
We put a
If you want to watch
conservative in the White
anything,
House,
educate yourself.
and he appoints
Spiritual
supposedly
awakening.
or allegedly the people to carry out the policies that you wanted him to implement. I was surprised. I asked you to find me a conservative secretary since 1919. And if you search diligently and apply the correct rules, you will come out blank. Every one of the secretaries of state was chosen in London by the secretary of state, as Wilson, as was Joseph, as was James Carter. He was especially chosen because he had 3 mental breakdowns, and I felt he was a good guy. Oh, I'm talking facts. I'll tell you the story of that in my Women Review news magazine. I wrote that, James, I'm digressing a bit here, but it's necessary to do that. It's not a sign of a bad speaker, although I don't put any laurels around my neck. James Earl Carter was not a known entity in the American scene. I first heard of him through my intelligence contacts, particularly my French sources, were one of the best in the world after MI6. He told me, your next president is going to be a peanut farmer from Georgia. And I said, how come? He said, right now they're meeting at the Dorchester Hotel in London. And if you get your fanny over there, he said, you'll find that there's a lot going on you might like to look at. Lo and behold, that's happening. The Royal Institute for International Affairs had ordered David Rockefeller to find a candidate who was totally weak, preferably also mentally weak. And they put one of the greatest brainwashing courses in the world, trained by the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations, Dr. Peter Bourne, on the job. And he said, it's funny you should say that. One of the patients is a guy from Georgia, and this guy can't take injections, and he's been to me 3 times for a nervous breakdown. So they hiked Carter over to London and paid him at the Dorchester Hotel, which is a very risky place. And they paid him and wined and dined him. And the next thing we saw, Time News, every newspaper in the country, James Earl Carter. Now, in our little magazine, World in Review, we told those of our subscribers, this man is the next president. We also did exactly the same thing with William Jefferson Clinton, because we had the story of the couple, we knew who Agnelli was, we knew that Agnelli had a huge love affair with Mrs. Pamela Harriman, and that Mrs. Pamela Harriman was the joy of the Democrat Party, and Mrs. Harriman had been given a task of finding the next president of the United States, a socialist. And she picked up Clinton and said, you're our boss. There's one thing. Clinton went up there, got his fall off back, said, well, there's only one problem. My wife left me. So Mrs. Harriman said, well, you better get back and hurry. No, she doesn't come back to me because of my tryst with other women. That's how he put it. My philandering would have been a word that was said tryst with other women. So Mrs. Harriman sent for Mrs. Clinton, and she duly came to New York. She sat her down and said, look,
Be prepared. Very much coming.
With all the attendant prestige and power, you better forget about your husband's philandering and get right back to him. And that is precisely what happened. And when I heard that had happened, I knew this guy was the next president. And we wrote that in our news magazine. And sure enough, a year later, here came marching into the scene William Jefferson Clinton. So the Royal Institute for International Affairs does control everything that happens in the United States. They give their orders to Morgan Guaranty Trust on Wall Street. And the chief executive officer of that organization is Dennis Weatherstone. And he duly relays the orders over to the Secretary of State, whoever that happens to be. And he then relays the orders to the President. There was one exception. And that was during illegal, 100% unconstitutional Gulf War. Now, I'm going to use the word, and I apologize to the ladies for this, but I need to tell you this graphically illustrates the power the Royal Institute for International Affairs exercises over the affairs of the United States of America. When George Bush was hesitating and didn't know whether he should get into the Gulf or not, the Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, came over to the Committee of 300 headquarters at the Aspen Institute, Colorado. And this is the phone call that she had with George. She said, George, apologies to you, Lady President, get your ass up here. I've got some orders for you about the Gulf War. And Bush went scurrying out there like a little messenger boy.
Well,
And the next thing we know, there was this massive outpouring of propaganda style against the nation of Iran, a nation that has never done our country one iota of harm. I use those illustrations in order to give you the extent of the exercise by this committee. There are many other societies that are operating called the RII, the Illuminati, which has been around for many, many years. I've written a work called The Illuminati in America, 1784 to 1994. A lot of people think this is an ancient secret society that's gone away. They think that Adam Weishaupt had a quarrel with the Catholic Church and that's it. Just believe it. 13 of the top families in the United States are in the Illuminati today, and they have a big say on everything that happens politically in this country. Then we have the Society of Cincinnati, which I don't think many of you will have heard about. as an out of a secret society to which every president of the United States is forced to belong, including our so-called conservative presidents. And I point this out to you to show you that it doesn't matter who is in the White House. This committee of 300, through the through the Council on Foreign Relations, exercises complete control.
Well, good
But
afternoon.
their strongest arm is called the Club of Rome. Now, when I first heard of the Club of Rome in 1969, I immediately began my investigation. And as Ken told you, all of my investigations have been done on location. Every one of them. The Club of Rome is one of the most insidious, painful organizations in existence today, which has done intolerable, immeasurable harm to the United States of America.
Just to let people know, and I'm
This
part of this
committee
video warning,
controlled a man called Aurelio Pepe
people know this.
to form the Club of Rome with the main object of bringing down the industries and the agricultural development of the United States. He immediately wrote a paper in which he said, "Are people on the earth, and that the United States, with its industrial development, its agricultural development, is responsible for this curse of overpopulation." And he picked up the documentation for his work from Lord Bertrand Russell, senior statesman of the Committee of 300. And Lord Bertrand Russell has written a work called The Impact of Science on Society. And if you can ever secure a copy of that book, which I doubt you'll be able to get, you will see in there that the world is grossly overpopulated, and we have to get rid of at least half of the world's population, and it doesn't matter how we do it. So, the Club of Rome was instituted to start an attack on the world population, using the United States as a histroy. And they came up with a paper called Post-Industrial Industry and Agriculture for the United States of America. That United States policy by James L. Carter, I was able to, through my intelligence people, get a copy of this insidious document. Basically, what it said was that the middle class in the United States of America had to be destroyed because in the coming push to a world order, the middle class is something wrong. Because history has shown that the in ancient days, when they had revolted, just easily crushed. But now has grown a new super class people in the United States called the middle class, who had long-term employment, who had job security, who were well paid, who could afford to buy the products that were made by the United States and didn't need to buy products from China or anywhere else. And the Club of Rome Post-Industrial Zero said this has got to stop. We have to bring down the middle class of the United States. And the way that we will do this, the way that we will accomplish that is by crushing their industries. In 1980, based on I wrote a small work, a booklet called The Death of the United States Steel Industry. And in that, of a French aristocrat by the name of Darignon. And I'm sure there's not a single steel worker in America out of the job who's ever heard this man's name. But they put this aristocrat onto the job of destroying first the steel industry. In my book in 1980, I said that by 1985 we would have silent blast first furnaces. The rolling mills would be stopped. There would be no more shipbuilding. We'd have thousands of skilled workers who'd pass the skills of their trade down for generations, who would forever dispossessed of their jobs. If you go to the northeast United States, ladies and gentlemen, and I've just been up in Cleveland where I had a very good radio address I gave there. You will find that what I said in the 1980s unhappily comes to pass. In 1970, the United States had 5,000 ships built.
NATO soldiers in UK hotels.
Using good United States steel. 5,000 ships sailing the high seas.
Georgia, they're offering.
Last year,
One is still
there were exactly 270 such ships.
Most of the hotel chains throughout the
At
United
least
Kingdom,
50,000 steel workers permanently out of a job. Jobs that will never come back. What happened? Did we suddenly lose our marvel? Did we suddenly lose that great American know how anything's done? Did we lack finances? Did we run out of money? No. None of those things happened. What happened was the dastardly club of Rome that said to the United States to deliberately destroy our steel plant. And they did it by opening the doors of so-called free trade. And everybody who signs the NAFTA treaty, everybody who signs the GATT treaty when it passes, is a trade sedition. Our mighty steel industry is destroyed. Our shipyards are silent. Our skilled workers are permanently without a job. And you get the report of the Club of Rome. You know, when I came out in 1969 with my report on the Club of Rome, nobody had ever heard of it. And people, when they got it, said, oh, this guy's paranoid. There's no such organization. It's nothing to do with the Catholic Church. Well, surprise, surprise, 35 years after the Club of Rome celebrated its anniversary. And Alexander King, its chairman, stated, the American people henceforth must get used to the idea that they will never ever again in their lifetime have full employment. What a scandalous thing that our government is fully cooperating with this organization built up by the Royal Institute of International Affairs to destroy the middle class of the United States and to add to global genocide. Now, brings to the next question. What is the global 2000? Once again, I heard about this policy. It was 3 days after being by the United States government as its official policy. And the global 2000 was the blueprint for mass genocide produced by the Club of Rome. Basically, what the Global 2000 calls for the destruction of half of the world's population by the year 2050. Hence the title 2000. They built a case based on Russell H.G. finding that the world was going to be overpopulated, would be a terrible place to live in. That was picked up by Robert Strange McNamara, a stranger individual you're not likely to meet in this world. And this man had a conference of all the leading bankers about 12 years. The biggest menace facing the world today is the American middle class and the population. He linked the two together. And he said, by the year 2050, this is the state of the world. All of these unfed, unwashed people, no jobs. He said, do we want to live in a world like that? The goal of 2000 was genocidal plan to take care of the people of the United States who don't have any jobs, and like Alexander King said, are never going to get their jobs. And the masses of people in other nations. That is why we had the sudden appearance of AIDS. When I was in the service, I was told there's a NBA experiment that's going on in Africa. That's a remote corner of Africa, just above Liberia. If you look at your map, your atlas, and you'll see where it's located. Why Liberia? It's really a hard country to get to. You have to fly from London. That's the only way you can get there. You land on an island, and then you've got to take a ferry across to the mainland. And of course, all people taking the ferry are Christianized. And I managed to work with the Americans were doing I managed to work my way to within striking distance of a small mission station. It was that these blacks were coming in from the bush to this mission station with broken arms or a ulcer on the leg or something like that. And they were ostensibly being treated there, but they were dead by the evening. What was actually going on was the laboratory had been set up using Lassa fever virus. Now, at that time, Lassa fever was the core virus that could jump the human-animal barrier. Virus. They were trying to create a virus that could be mass-produced and that could be sent out through the World Health Organization to get rid of millions of people in the world. But the Lassa fever virus proved uncontrollable. It killed 3 scientists who were working there. So the orders came from Washington, burn the place to the ground, and that's exactly what they did within a radius of 100 miles. They bought these viruses they'd been experimenting with and took them back to the Centers for Control in Atlanta. There they began again, but again they escaped and killed 3 more scientists. So they incinerated the whole laboratory, killed up and sprayed. The same experiments are now going on in Harvard University right now, but they're not using the Lassa fever virus. That has proved to be too tough for them to handle. Instead, the government gave millions of dollars to the United States military chemical and bacteriological warfare establishment at Fort Detrick, and they began experimenting with the AIDS virus. I knew about the AIDS 3 years before the word ever came out in the world, in the United States particularly, because of my field work in Sierra Leone. The British government used their Porton Down CAB facility. It's easier to get into the Bank of England vault to get to Porton Down. All the deadliest viruses in the world are being crafted in pursuit of the goal of Global 2000 to decimate the world. Shortly after this experiment was finished for Detrick, the World Health Organization for all we need to wipe out the scourge of smallpox. The Church in Brazil launched a massive vaccination campaign. Immediately, AIDS began to appear. Thousands and thousands of people began dying of a strange new virus, which the World Health Organization admits to have come from the bite of a green monkey. They forgot to tell you the green monkey's been there for centuries, and these people, if you ever did for centuries, but no disease of that nature ever occurred. The World Health Organization deliberately took this virus, which was crafted from a series of animal viruses, including Mediavirus, sheep, destroy the brain, which is why you find AIDS patients get dementia probably first before any of the other AIDS-related complex diseases appear. And they began vaccinating innocent people on a massive scale, and they began dying. Why Africa and why Brazil? Because those 2 countries have the biggest black population in the world. And I want to tell the black people of the United States of America, do not trust the Democrat Party. Do not trust government. Do not believe that government is... To them you are dispensable, the same way as we are. Millions through Uganda on an inspection tour, I saw whole areas decimated. Previously there had been small towns and villages, there was not a living soul in sight. And that is going on today. The AIDS epidemic is completely out of hand. It swept the world, it's been swept under the carpet in the United States of America. We were told that this is a disease which is passed by homosexuals. True enough, but that's not the primary of it. This is a crap spread throughout the world to decimate the population. Coming behind them, and we reported this about 2 years ago in our World Review News magazine, is the V19 cholera virus, the deadly killer. You get this cholera in the morning, if it's not immediately treated with massive doses of expensive antibiotics, you'll be dead in a day and a half. This epidemic swept India, carrying millions of people. I don't know if you've heard of it in the press, I doubt it. Behind that is a deadly strain of malaria, and some of our forces in Somalia contracted this disease. a strain of malaria which acts almost like the HIV virus. It attacks the human immune system. And behind that, the Black Plague. Now, you've had some experience with Black Plague recently. Experiments were conducted in this area and in California with the Black Plague, distributing them, these plague viruses, to definitive areas by means of enfolded scale waves using extremely low frequency radiation, which was a warfare technique developed in 1934 by the great Soviet biologist V.A. Goethe. This is not like Roger's stuff, ladies and gentlemen. This is today's truth. Some of the Indian reservations were targeted, and all of a sudden they'd be dying of that plague. And then we were told, well, the harvest mouse droppings are responsible. Well, the harvest mouse have been doing these things for centuries and got a Black Plague before that. But what happened immediately following the so-called population control meeting in Cairo? There was a sudden and violent outbreak of Black Plague in India. And it is still going on, and it is not under control. This is all part of the Global 2000 mass genocide plan. I know something about the Black Plague because in my research at the British Museum, I discovered that the Black Venetian nobility had never, none of their families or members had ever got the Black Plague. Yet the Black Plague, as you know, swept Europe and killed half of the population of Europe. But none of them could go. So I began seeking for the answers, and I found them in the Cairo Museum. So people said, well, how come, if it's true, how they protect themselves? They have been the committed 300 servants and their families. They have means of protecting themselves by certain types of herbal compounds mixed with sugar. And they also have, of course, the protection of extremely low frequency radiation, where using the technology developed by the great virologist Goethe to prove that every living thing on this earth has a vibratory cycle. He was able to measure the vibratory cycle of various viruses. By vibrating them double their cycle, would kill them instantly. So that's one of the defensive weapons that these people have got that will kill the plague if they ever get it. The same thing, of course, will kill cancer cells. But the medical profession, run by the Rockefeller family and all the pharmaceutical companies, do not want you to know this, because when you go into the doctor, you're going to write a prescription for a chemical drug. There's no chemical drug benefit out of extremely low frequency radiation vibration. No profit to these people. So that's the Global 2000. Decimate the world's population and particularly hit hard the United States middle class. How are they financing all of this stuff? They finance it through the funding of the Venetian black nobility. Now, why are they called the black nobility? They called that because of the violence and the evilness of their deeds. These families date back to the 11th century. The Katis, the Reconnaissance.
As you can see by the title was called This Direction.
Particularly interesting. We called that because of the evilness of their deeds. They make Lucrezia Borgia look like a Sunday school teacher. That's so much money, which is the outcome of the years of investing, the years of gaining control of every mining, gold, oil, natural resource of the world, that they can afford to finance these things. So the black nobility of the ancient
you can see pretty much that this is the reptilian.
Because of the nature of their deeds. The black
Reptilians and everything is
interesting. Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II,
things becoming a lot strange.
she's not a the title that was evolved in 1935 by her father to put researchers off the track. I put myself in that category, although I wasn't doing it then. I was actually going to be doing it, but
it's just getting weirder and weirder and weirder out here. But
like certain people were getting hot on the track of who this royal family actually was, and so this was put out by the House of Windsor. They are not, they're the House of Guild, and it's important for us because every time there's a financial crisis, it goes
weird about it is
meeting of the Black Guilt upon the Royal Britannia yacht of the Queen of England, which anchored off the coast of Venice. And all the world bankers meet over there. This is what we're going to do to country X. This is how we're going to control this worldwide situation.
The reason it's getting weird and weird like it is because, you know, these demons, they're pretty much, you know, controlling this world.
I told you earlier that I told you that even in the days
The Messiah, they want to destroy these demons.
Disraeli, and they
But
then
no, understand, man, things are weird in this fucking world. I'm telling you, man, you can't pass it, man. Like you see, you know, it's getting weird out there like a fucking day.
Wilson was elected by a ploy. Of course, they got Teddy Roosevelt and the New Party running as a supposedly third candidate to siphon off so that Wilson could be elected as a socialist president. Our eyes have been fixed on Moscow. We've been all of the time we've been looking at Moscow. We've been told what demons they are in Moscow. So,
Who's to say, you know, just like if it's like around the middle of the day or yeah, so
in
you
Washington,
want to see
D.C.
people that
has been
taxing
stealing
some
our country away from
one of
us.
those back
In
when
my
I was
book,
growing up and shit, this is back
On the
when I was
Road
a
to
child
Slavery,
and
I
shit,
give
like
you a full
back in the early
factual
2000s
description
and shit. I'm in my
of
mid
exactly
20s, I'm
how
25 right now, so
in
back in
1898, the Fabian
back in the
Society,
days and shit, back when I
the
was growing
socialist
up when I was a child
organization,
and shit in
said
2000,
Ransom
I used to look
Prime
up in the
Minister of
sky, I ain't
England
seen no
to the United
motherfucking moon.
States to spy
I
after
see the
man. He came back and
motherfucking
he
moon
said,
in the
there's
middle of
two
the
things.
day. You
You
know what I'm
have a
saying?
very strong middle class, and you have
So
the
I was like, you know,
Constitution of the United States,
years ago and shit.
which have got
It's
to
when
be
I started
restored
seeing
before
these
we
type
can
of
socialize
shit.
America.
I can say back in
The
the
first
days
step they
and
took was
shit.
getting a socialist president
I ain't seen no motherfucking
in
moon out in the middle of the
office
motherfucking day. Now the moon might
in the
out
form
five in
of
the
Woodrow
morning and shit,
Wilson.
but or so.
Woodrow Wilson was
Or
controlled
4
by
in
the
the morning
England
and so, but I never seen
by
no motherfucking moon in
Sir
the middle of
William
motherfucking day.
Bison,
Today,
head
see
of
the
the North
fucking
American
that's not how
MI6. Now, in
that's the
case you don't know
reptilian. The
MI6, it
reptilian
is
was
the
out
most
there still.
powerful and the
That's their move.
old
Especially, who's to say? Very
agency
soon
in the
we're going
world.
to see
They
two sons
taught
of
the
sun.
they
Who's to
taught
say the
the
sun's real?
intelligence. They taught the French intelligence.
You
They
can even
taught
go
the
to Facebook and you won't
They
even know
taught
if
the
the sun is shining. The sky is
Hill
actually real.
of MI6
You know
went
what I'm
out
saying?
and
But
set up
a lot of shit is fucking, you know,
and
strange.
Captain Hill
You know,
went to Russia and helped the
you never know, you may
Bolsheviks
just
set up
see,
their
you know, sunset and then you see
single
all the
cell
sun in the sky. You're going to be seeing a whole bunch of strange shit. You're going to very
Sir
soon see
William
3 suns. You're going
Wiseman
to see one
was the
setting,
controller of
one in
Wilson
the middle, and one that's
Colonel
set
House. Now,
on
who was
that
Colonel
point.
House?
So
He
in the
was
east,
an unknown
one's going
person
to
who
set,
emerged out of
you
Texas.
know,
His
up in
father
the
came
sky.
to love the war
You know,
and
one
emerged
is
out
the
of the
set.
war
That's
as the
how
only
it's
person
fucking
in
going to be.
Texas who'd made any money.
A lot of people
And
that's
House was
not
sent to
work
Washington
and
in
you know,
order to
pretty much
control
not, you know,
the first socialist president. And
to
he
the
took his
truth and
orders
stuff,
from
they
Wiseman
don't, you know,
and
seek the
helped
knowledge now. They
a
don't
few
pretty
blocks
much,
away from
they don't
Wilson.
be fucking
And
themselves
by
up trying to
Wiseman had
really,
an
like, what
apartment.
the
And that
fuck
type
is
of
going
control
on?
is not gone.
And I'm
It's
seeing
still
three
here to this
suns
very day.
out in the blue.
Right
I'm seeing
now,
one set over there, seeing one in the sky. I'm seeing one set in the fucking
other examples of
anybody want to discuss
how
with
do
me
we
about
know
it?
that it's
You
true?
click the like, I mean, link.
I refer you to the
Sure,
great
we
souls and
can
sons
have
of
a
the United
discussion
States
on
of
it.
America, General Douglas
I see one
MacArthur,
person in there,
a
so
great
you're not a
patriot,
troll.
a great
You know, you
warrior,
can call
a
me
great
a troll,
Christian.
fuck you, and whatever,
Douglas
motherfucker, whatever,
MacArthur
motherfucker.
was in Korea. He
That's what I was
and
talking about.
General Stratton of the Air Force devised a
You know,
plan
these reptilians, these
that
people
would
that are out there,
put
say these
China out of
motherfuckers
action
and
for
shit that are
20 years.
some of these
He
motherfuckers
submitted the
placed
plan
up eyes
to
and shit, like, you know how the cat,
and
you know how the
Scott
cat
served one
motherfucking
of the
eyes
most
and shit.
violent creatures who ever walked this earth by the name
And you
of
notice
Gene
how
Ross.
the eyes is like,
Immediately
I guess when it
summoned
looks closer,
the
your eyes
President
like,
of the
it's like
United
a
States to a
claw.
meeting in Blair House. And he said, Mr. President, we have seen the plan submitted by General Douglas MacArthur, and there's a way in the world that you can allow him to implement this plan. And Truman said, why not? He said, you know very well that anything that relates to China has to be cleared by the Royal Institute for International Affairs first. And he said, they don't want you to do this. And MacArthur was not allowed to carry out our plan. And 50,000 sons, beautiful Americans, were slaughtered on the battlefield of Korea. because of orders from the Royal Institute for International Affairs, and that same institute is controlling President William Jefferson Clinton to this day. MacArthur was eventually both on the orders of the British government. I mentioned earlier the death of John F. Kennedy. Given the methods that are well known in intelligence circles of how to get rid of bothersome people, it would have been a very simple man to make it so
a month ago, the mechanic puts my car up on the lift. I had a feeling I should over right then and there.
Every powerful person in this country, you know, you do not kick over the process. You obey us, or you will see what will happen to you. Kennedy was publicly and brutally executed in a plan carried out by British MI6. William Stevenson and his lieutenant, a Canadian citizen by the name of Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield. Now, you won't get that in the account of the Kennedy assassination. You'll find it in my book, Committee of 300. You'll also find it in my monograph about the Kennedy assassination. Who are these people? So William Stevenson ran American intelligence throughout the Second World War out of the RCA building in New York. He second in command, a Canadian citizen, Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield, ran Division 5 of the FBI counterintelligence. You want examples of how Britain controls this country? I've given you them. I've also told you that every Secretary of State since 1990 is selected by the Royal Institute for International Affairs on the orders of the Committee of 300. Why is this? We go to these conventions and there's all the hoopla in the world. The balloons are flying, the straw. Bush has been elected, Conservative President, Reagan has been elected. That's reality. The Secretary of State, apart from carrying out policies, subverts each and every one of them. You show me the Secretary of State has acted in the best interest of the United States of America since 1919. I will give you any money that I got back, which is about $1,500. You're welcome. Because I know that you will not be able to do that. Every Secretary of State has subverted and acted in a manner towards the people of this great country. When they have the directly, they've done it through surrogates like Lachlan Curry, who ordered the military to jettison a shipload of arms destined for the great Chinese leader, Chiang Kai-shek, to jettison a and that's exactly what they did. We think that we elect our presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot elect our presidents. They are elected for us long before we even heard of them. And I've given you 2 examples this morning of how this is done. The 300 officers at Aspen keep tight control over every political event that takes place in this country. And it was this office, through Margaret Thatcher, that ordered President Bush to violate the Constitution of the United States of America and to violate his own personal oath to uphold the laws of the United States by sending troops against Iraq, a nation that has never done us any harm. And we did by the dirtiest of dirtiest tricks. We got the daughter of one of the Al-Shabaab clan, over 400 of these people, and they're the most degenerate, disgusting people that you've ever come across. The ruler has 140 wives. He doesn't have them all at the same time. It's pride of one says, I divorced 3 times. And when the Iraqi troops came in there, they turned it over to the Red Cross in Geneva. 140 married certificates. This man, that's your son and your daughter are popping up today in Kuwait in a most illegal manner in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. And Bush did a Texas two-step around the Constitution. He did not get the mandatory declaration of war. I'm not a lawyer, but I've studied the annals of Congress, the congressional oath, and the congressional records for 25 years. And in those pages will be found more wisdom, more in-depth information about the Constitution than you'll ever get from any law school. Anyway, most of the law school professors look at Marx, and they don't know anything about the Constitution. I talked to a few people, one lawyer in Congress, and said, what do you know about the Constitution? Well, I got one semester of law when I was at law school, and in that was something about the Constitution.
You said one thing. 2 years ago, I was working in a supermarket.
Isn't that an utter
I was seeing this motherfucker that was pretty much like like my boss over there and shit. I mean, in a way, you just told me like what to put on the shelves and blah 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 and so and so. But I was looking at the motherfucker's eyes and shit. I noticed he had the spice eyes, but now when I think about it, he fucking probably was a reptilian. His eyes was all spiced up. I was thinking he was contact lens or whatever the fuck went up. I was in there and shit. Now when I look back, I knew there was always some strange shit. When I put two and two together, I realized I noticed these motherfuckers, their black eyes and shit, and I realized these motherfuckers were not human. They were straight up demons and shit, man.
Told you.
Straight up reptilian humanoids, man. These reptilian humanoids are in the supermarkets, in the motherfucking stores you go to. It could be the people you talk to on a day-to-day basis. They're driving up and down the street. Motherfucking choppers and shit in the air and shit. They ain't motherfucking choppers too. Motherfucking drones you be seeing. And it's a fucking airplane reality situation. It's not a fucking it's fucking joking. If you'd have known it was an airplane, you would hear the airplane flying past you. But unfortunately, if you're not hearing the airplane and you're just seeing the light in the sky blinking with a blue and red shit, obviously that's a fucking drone. And these motherfucking drones are being controlled by these fucking reptilian species.
Wow. Do you see?
That have taken over this fucking planet. These satanic ass motherfuckers. That's just what the fuck it is. And just gotta be, you gotta have discernment. You gotta have the eyes to see, man, to just see, because these motherfuckers are trippy. They can change their eye colors too. And if you don't pay attention, and you say you hang with or you try to befriend them, they will fucking take you out in a heartbeat if you're not too careful. I'm telling you. Things are becoming, this is a straight up movie, man. This is a reptilian movie, man, Reptilians have taken over the planet. And what a modification, they're controlling. They're controlling. If they wanted to, we're in September right now, but say an example was summertime, they could have made it snow in the winter. They could have made it snow in the summertime. I'm just saying an example. If it was wintertime, they can make it hot in the wintertime. See what I'm saying? The things are becoming, very unnatural. And I've been saying in my previous videos, and I'm gonna keep saying it again and again and again and again and again. Things are becoming supernatural and natural. But once you see what is going on around you, once you see there's no just now the real sun is up there. It's just you're gonna try to. It's like game. Which one is the real sun? You know what I'm saying? The one that and the other two. That's the one that's in the sky and stuff is the first one, and the second one that's on the other part of the horizon or the fuck could be fake, but the real one could be just setting and shit. You won't even know which one's the real one. You may think the real one is the one in the sky when the reality situation it may not be the real one in the sky. It's going to it could be a summer and you're gonna probably see sun shining, but you won't feel the heat, and it's gonna be summertime and shit. You won't be like, why the fuck is it not hot? Because what's the safe? That's the real sun. The real sun has already set. You know, got me early in the day. You can say like you can go 5 hours back, and the real sun was up there, and then when it sets, now all of a sudden you see another sun, but there's other sun. I'm just pretty much telling you this so you can have a better thinking of things. It helps you to open your mind. These are the manipulation and lies that these so-called motherfucking news reporters, demon news reporters, have been telling you for a fucking millennium of your fucking life. It's time to fucking rethink the knowledge that you have. To throw away the old shits that you have known. Most of the shit that you know is all based on a lie. They don't want you to know the truth. They want you to know it's real. They don't want you to. They want you to speak your mind on things. They want to speak your mind on things. To be able to open your mind on things. If you one person in here, if you want to hop in and talk about this stuff, feel free. But if you're trolling, you just watch this mental, fuck you. But yeah, you gotta realize, man, these species, they're out there. They're watching us.
Soul catchers.
That movie They Live. I seen that movie They Live about 3 years ago back in 2010. And that pastor, you know, I forgot a little bit about what the pastor said, but that pastor was preaching about what was, you know, pretty much that's going on right now. He was preaching about, you know, how, you know, what's going on right now and stuff. Pretty much, you know, he was just about the end times and stuff, and they arrested him just for speaking truth. They see you, they're censoring, you know, I know they're censoring me and they're censoring others of speaking truth is because they don't want the truth to come out. Get it, others knowing what's really going on. It'll fuck up these reptilian species as demon ass motherfuckers plans. But do not fear. Yes, they will take us if you make sense. Yes, they would torture us. They underneath the underground bunkers from, you know, any type of place, you know. What's going on, just cuz?
Tiger.
What's going on, man?
No mind apps, military mind apps. It's military abductions. It's brain manipulation. Soul catchers.
What's going on, man? Yeah, but I mean, look, man. Anything when these species, reptilians and stuff, you know, all you can do is just, you know, fight them and stuff, man. And you know, these reptilian species are around for you. Why they constantly stalk us is because they want our energy. They can't fucking go on without our energy. You know what I mean? They want our energy. They want to feed on. They want to feed on our soul. Because they feed on our soul, they get energy, but we can't give them the energy. But you know why? I know most of y'all call it gang stalking. It is gang stalking, but this is something that is all persecution. The reason I'm saying this is persecution and stuff is because you know, this persecution is because these reptilians, they want energy. And you know, if we're not around, then how are they going to get the energy? They can't. They're
Draining ourselves.
around fucking with people on a 24/7 basis every single day. But they have the resources and shit too, because people in their religions do want this, so they would not be able to handle it. Like I would be saying in my previous videos, and anybody, I left the link here. Anybody want to hop in and then talk about this discussion, I left the link here and stuff. Anybody that wants to hop in, but you understand and stuff too, man. That these reptilian species, they're controlling everything. They're showing moon in the middle of the day. They're showing suns, 2 suns, 3 suns, whatever the fuck. and you won't be able to tell which one is the real one because they will have you confused. They'll have you just think like, what the fuck is going on? It's because them. They want you so hooked to the TV. They wanted you to think, and if anytime you see a certain superhero movie, you see all these type of stuff. Same thing like Spider-Man 2. If anybody's seen Spider-Man 2 back in 2004, Dr. Octopus was trying to create the sun. He was trying to create the sun, and he did create the sun. But the sun, the thing was becoming big, and it was sucking in magnetic stuff. These motherfuckers have created that. So anytime you see these suns and stuff, that's that stuff the octopus created. He created that. He created that. And these like demons, they've created that. They've created these electromagnetic, stuff to pretty much, he created stuff. I mean, they put it in the superhero movies for a reason. What other stuff? What's up? Avengers and shit. Power the portals and stuff. I'm not really a fan of Doctor Strange, but from seeing like how he can make portals and stuff and all that. Oh yeah, and the end of the movie too, how they had a portal and Captain America went through that portal and shit, and he came back as an old man. They have that technology, man. And they gotta roll that technology out. But the way things are, how these motherfuckers ain't even ready for that technology. It's just what it is. But these devils, they know that, but they're going to use that technology to destroy the human population of this world that the Most High has created. And that's just what it is. And these devils, and they're going to be desperate. Like I said, they're going to create these images that you see on shit for all these years and shit. The TV now, everybody knows what the fuck the deal is now. The jig is up and all that. Now it's getting to the point now they're gonna show images right in front of your, blink of an eye, right in, the naked eye. You're gonna see shit from the naked eye. Something affected by the shit, because we already know about this whole society, they're gonna fall for the trap. They can show an image of the Messiah from the back, and these people will believe it. Now know that that's just Project Bluebeam that they're shooting. They're shooting Project Bluebeam and stuff, and this whole society will probably think that Messiah. I don't call him Jesus. Fuck Jesus. Jesus is the European man. I call him Christ. The real Christ. They're going to think that Christ is going to come back and all that, but they show the hologram of that man on the photo. And people that go to these corrupt synagogues that think they're down with Tony, they're going to believe that that's not. It's not. That's just a a hologram that pretty much deceive the masses. This whole has been deceived. Read these comments. Just because man, he going deep. Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it, man. Just because says they're trying to darkness by creating another step. Here's the thing too. They actually created it, so that's the tricky part. They're gonna try to three sons and whatever sons they're gonna put in the sky to try to confuse the masses of many, because they want to spread a level of confusion on this world. Because once the only way for them to gain control on a person, they can spread confusion first. And if you get confusion and stuff, and this is how they can control somebody. If the person in the seeking knowledge says in Proverbs, my people are too lack of, a lot of people, they're not going into the word and realize they're not seeking knowledge, because most of these close to the gods and stuff, they usually say, for example, like seeking this knowledge and stuff, you're in the cult and all this stuff. No, I'm not in the cult. Because the Bible didn't talk about seeking, and as you seek knowledge, you have a better understanding. You're not seeking knowledge, you will be destroyed, as the Bible says in Proverbs. We must seek as much knowledge as we can. Seek them. Yes, we will be destroyed. As we can people out there, and these demons that pretty much start, so they're being destroyed. They're getting car accidents, they get hit with straight bullets, they get all types of shit because they didn't seek the knowledge of what the fuck being controlled by a higher entity that's over the masses of many in this world. A lot of people and a lot more each day that passes, they're going to be deceived. There's no time for games. We're in the 2.5 years of this stuff. You already know what I'm talking about. This stuff been going on for 2.5 years. Once we reach to the end of the year, this is when shit's really gonna pop off. Time is ticking. Days are passing quick. You know these days are passing. The Messiah, he's coming soon. Our Father in heaven, the Most High God, he's getting ready to send us back here to seek, vengeance on these demons that's been pretty much tormenting us righteous people for a millennium, especially now. Right now is Bible prophecy. We're right now in a pre-tribulation, but we're getting close to things really getting ready to pop off where they're going to strip away everybody's right. They're going to strip everybody's freedom. They're going to do the lockdowns, all this stuff. I don't want to say what I say. You know what I'm talking about. Pretty much everything that's going on right now is leading up to that moment. Why do you think you see so much electric cars today? You can say 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, he wasn't seeing as much electric cars. And we can't see much electric cars like once in a blue moon, but you see more each day. It's because they're multiplying. Each day that passes, they're multiplying. And if you see these electric cars passing by, you see everything that's taking place is speeding up. And they process everything is up quick to lead up. Because one electric cars, how is everybody getting gas? The attitude. Nobody's not going to have no gas, especially with the cars they drive in electric cars, because the electric cars runs on electric. Now, once the electric comes up, how are they going to put electric in a car? And the answer is they're going to be pretty much stuck. Because most of these people, they don't move around, they don't ride a bike, they don't walk around. I ride my bike, I walk, every day. If I get to my destination, I get plan A, plan B, and take me to my destination. But the reality of the situation is these people, they're too lazy. They mostly like Uber Eats and all this stuff, all this, resources that Satan has put in this world to pretty much make this whole society and lazy. That's pretty much what all these, stuff is. Satan's giving all these people the luxury and stuff. He's giving them the luxury stuff to enjoy themselves. And all this society can't even see that. All the luxurious cars, all the luxurious stuff, all the luxury, the luxurious places, the luxurious stuff, TV shows. You see all the type of stuff that's going on right now. They're seeing stuff in the TV shows. Everything TV shows is happening right now. They like these type of TV shows, Stranger Things, all these other type of shows, all these other supernatural shows. All these supernatural shows, all these supernatural shows, shows. But when it comes down to the real problem, I try to tell them about the real problem. They call it crazy, psychotic, delusional. We need help, all this stuff, all and above. What kind of thinking is that? That's a numb thinking. That's a delusional thinking. This is but this is pretty much nothing but delusional fools. Most of them, not everybody, most of them. Everybody food red from the beginning. Stopped just because there's gas about to run out, resource or short. They're not saying just training the preservation from years ago. Exactly. We just see how much gas they cut on the ground. These people, they think this gas is, and once this gas, who's to say how much supply the ground? These people think, oh well, gas. Not knowing these people have to put the gas on their ship, but they're not They're not seeing the bigger picture and shit. And when the gas runs out, how are people going to pump gas? They're going to force them to get the electric cars exactly what they want. And you can say like 50 years ago, the cars you see now, shit. You didn't see the cars like that 50 years ago. Shit, not even fucking shit. Even 10 years ago, the cars that's out now you didn't see. So who's to say shit? Give about another 10. I don't even think we have 10 years away to go, but things can speed up within a year or two and shit. No way, that's who's to say. The most cars you see right now, who's to say they're gonna be out next year or two? But most people out there, they're gonna buy these electric cars, and then once everything has the electric cars, they should everybody's gonna be stuff. They're gonna have National Guard, police pretty much tell you stay in your homes, and if you leave your homes and stuff, they pretty much just off you and stuff. That's the type of that's the new world order they're talking about. The new world order 66 they're gonna have you controlled, like completely controlled. Strip away your freedoms. You can't go outside. You want people to do nothing. You're just gonna be a prisoner in your own home, and in a way, you're just gonna be. They won't let you just be free. This is all part of the stripping because look, in order for them to take everybody, they have to control you first. They pretty much did the credit for. I'm just saying an example. They pretty much got everybody just they pretty much got everybody under that hex, that spell. And once they got everybody under that hex spell, they have they got from the television portal. They have cast the spells. The television wasn't around. These people would not be on the hex, but they're on the hex. So it's going to be hard to snap out of it and stuff. But it's our job, the like-minded people, to try to wake them up. Because we don't, they will fall down to their destruction. Now, if that person doesn't want to know the truth, let him be. Let him be. You try, but when it comes down to it, hey, maybe the truth wasn't for them. The truth is not meant for everybody. Read this, talking demons out. Best believe that. Just because this gas is so diluted, now it's a clear use to tell. Yeah, well, everything that's taking place right now and stuff, man. Look, everybody should know time. I mean, they could watch our channels, probably know we speak facts, but they choose not to listen. They're gonna wait till it's too late to listen and stuff. And they're gonna come out, man, I should have listened to Night Tiger, or I should have listened to whoever and stuff. You know what I mean? Or I should have listened to any type. I don't know if you make views New York or Recon, but it's so listen to any type of person and stuff. That can views on YouTube and stuff. They probably gonna say, "Oh, I should listen to that person and stuff." But instead, it'll be too late, and then they would really spit stuff. You know what I mean? And the dark days are coming, man. Message to the whole world. Dark days are coming. You best be prepared, because if you're not prepared, doomsday will come. Doomsday will come. Like in Gotham, how Bane took over and came to see Gotham telling, Gotham that survived, but Gotham didn't know that it was, they were having that we told it. They told it all. Night Rises, how Bane was pretty much letting Gotham free for at least not knowing Gotham didn't know that a bomb. I mean, there was a bomb. Yeah, they knew there was a bomb, but they didn't know the bomb would blow up. But Bane told that same person, he told Batman that Bane told Batman that he was going to feed, he was going to feed gods and their souls. He was telling Bruce that he was going to that they can't survive, but they're not knowing that they're going to get blown up within a few months. But Gotham don't know that, even though they know it's a bomb. They think that the bomb is just in case somebody sees them. That's just to deceive them. It's just the same. The movies. A lot of people say, "Oh, movies movies actually is knowledge too. There's nothing wrong with watching movies. It speaks a lot of volumes and facts. So a lot. That movie, The Dark Knight Rises, told a lot. It lets you know that, especially walking as well. All the zombies out there and stuff. There's zombies out there right now walking. But The Dark Knight Rises pretty much explain stuff that happened. Rises going to happen. Scarce, tough times, bro. These are some scarce, tough times. And with food in shelves, which you already know the food shortages is taking place. When there's no food, you're going to get more desperate. These reptilian species, speaking of, that, I know I'm still on the topic. These reptilian species, they poison your food. Who's to say most of the food you're eating is even food? Most of the stuff you're eating and stuff in the supermarkets is just food. It's real food that the Most High created. Food that he put in the trees back in the garden to eat when he could eat. This is some straight up different level of, fucking shitty food that you're eating. A person can think they eat healthy and shit like a vegetarian or a vegan or whatever the fuck. And they think they're eating healthy. In the reality situation is not even fucking healthy. They're eating just straight up fucked up food and shit. And now they're eating the food for their whole fucking entire life. The food, the place, food, everything on the fucking shelves, that shit is fake. The fruits is fake. They put steroids in the fucking crates of these reptilians are trying to make the food reptilian. They're trying to make the food into reptilian food. But this is a reptilian world. Full of reptilian demons that's trying to play in the fucking world. Everything is fucked up. The trees fucked up. The air is fucked up. The sky is fucked up. Who's to say what kind of sun is in the fucking sky? Everything's fucked up. Pollution and shit. They want you to think breathing pollution is natural when it's fucking unnatural. It's killing you on a day-to-day basis. You just don't know it's killing you slowly. This is how they call this thing the no-touch torture here. It's the same thing as the no-touch torture, but they kill you slowly. Same thing. But all this shit is the same shit. It's all part of the new fucking world order. But the society's too dumb to see it. They think everything is normal is because this society, the mistake that's happening right now is fucking normal when it's not. Everything's fake. People are fake. Nobody don't have that realness. You know when someone watches a movie and certain people say act, certain people they have everybody acting fake in reality, but on television, you see people acting like Jesus. It's because they have twisted, they reverse a hex. Reversing, these reptilians have reversed and cast the hex on the society, making you think that shit is normal on TV. And they're thinking that all stuff you see in reality is not normal. When, the thing that you see on the TV and stuff, how people are just acting. We should be acting like that, but we're not. Because if we act like our person acting movie, they're going to say, "Oh, why you're acting like that? Oh, you're psychotic, you're crazy," because they're trying to cast a hex on it because these reptilians know that you're waking up to the truth. And this is what it's time to fight these reptilians. It's time, fight them on spiritual. Okay, yes, this is still a spiritual battle. It's going to get physical too, but to fight these reptilians, no matter what kind of hex or voodoo casted on you, these witches and these warlock reptilian demons are casted on you. You already know, can you see through the manipulations and spells and bullshit? Now you combat it and stuff. Now you piss them off. Now that you combat it, you piss them off even more, which means you gain strength. Them getting mad means that you're getting stronger. And they'll go hard. They go hard on me with this gangster shit. They know I'm powerful with the force that I give. They know I'm powerful. They know I'm strong. They're trying their best to just take me down. But I'm going to keep fighting these reptilians to the death. No matter what the circumstances may be, I will continue fighting these reptilians, these demons, humanoids, that's under these bunkers and these labs that's making other reptilians these bad attacks. I will continue fighting them to the death. The question is, are you willing to fight them to the death? Are you willing to see all the explosions and manipulations that they have placed in this world at this very moment. Are you willing to fight through it? Are you ready to fight through it? I am. Everything that's happened in your life has prepared you for this very fucking moment. Everything. And you should rejoice. You shouldn't be sad. You should rejoice. If you know, still sleeping, God, I don't want to go back to sleep. I like this truth. I love seeing what's going on around. I love seeing everything that I thought was real is fake. And then all along I knew I was fake. You know, I love this truth. Cause I know who I am. I know I'm free. I know I'm not a reptilian. I know these fucked up motherfuckers that fuck with me every day. They're fucking reptilian motherfuckers. They're not human. They're fucking unnatural fucking piece of shit ass fucking reptilian fucking unhumanized fucks. That's what the fuck they are. I pretty much said what I need to say. More content on the way. Stay strong, Roger. Things are getting weird, you know. Everything is getting straight up weird, you know. But, you know, once you have the eyes to see, you realize what's real and what's fake. This is Nighttime, the Great Jedi Warrior.
Turn now to the press preview. First look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. In the next half hour, we'll see what's making the headlines with the Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the Director of Communications at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Annabelle Denham. So let's have a look what's on some of those front pages. And looking ahead to Her Majesty's funeral, the Express proclaims farewell, our glorious Queen. The Mail calls it our last farewell. The says, now carry her home. And the Telegraph pays tribute to what it calls a long selfless service. The Star describes the country as a kingdom united. Charles gives thanks, referring to that statement from the new king tonight. That's the Times. The Eye references the global scale of the occasion. Likewise, the Guardian mentions the presence of those many foreign leaders. A reminder that by scanning the QR code on the screen now of the program, you can check out the front pages of tomorrow's while you are watching. And as I say, we're joined by Zoe Williams, Annabelle Denham. Thanks both. Annabelle, first of all, the Telegraph has the new picture tonight by Buckingham Palace and the headline, A Life of Selfless Service, which I guess just about summed it up.
Yes, it does indeed. I mean, it's the final portrait as well, of course, that will ever be taken of the Queen. I think you have that portrait of her beaming on the cover of many newspapers, and almost a contrast, really, with a life of selfless service, because she did have a life of selfless service, and she did it often with a smile on her face, and that's what's really coming out of it front pages. There, she's wearing blue. She's wearing a brooch that was given to her when she was 18. Again, you know, she lived to 96, and for the vast majority of those years, she was our queen. So, not surprising that that's on the cover of the papers, that final portrait.
And Zoe, I think have been remarkable, haven't they, the last few days, really. The images, the pictures, the voting page after page, just very impressive, spectacular photographs.
Yeah, I mean, it has been interesting to watch newspapers because there's always, generally speaking, papers are trying to distinguish themselves from one another. So it's really, it's very difficult from a news standpoint when they're all doing the same message with the same photo. And you find at the very beginning that there was a kind of split between the ones who were using a very young photo and the ones who were using a very current photo. Obviously, the regular kind of rule is that you use the most recent photo, but it was felt that those younger photos were so impactful precisely because they really drove home just how long the rain is. Now, I think you're not going to find my scent on the front pages.
No, and the Image Express also, fills its front page with that same image of the smiling Queen. Clearly, this is the image that the family wanted out tonight.
Yes, well, and I think also over the last couple of days, we've perhaps seen some newspapers cover the stories on their front pages, whereas it's not altogether surprising that tomorrow, on the day of her funeral, the vast majority have these single shots of the Queen. Let's not forget that by Tuesday, the news agenda, news is relative, and by Tuesday's agenda will have moved on. Of course, there'll be coverage of tomorrow's funeral, this momentous day that has been planned for some time now. It's going to see foreign countries and leaders descend on London. Well, they've already descended on London in huge numbers. It's a day-long event, of course, without private service, but much of it will be televised and expected 4 billion people in it. It's a huge event. You can expect that it will be covered in Tuesday's papers at length, but I think this may be the last time that we see those full shots, the portrait of the Queen on the cover. Papers are going to be thinking this is a kind of once or twice in a lifetime occasion on which people are going to keep the paper to remember the event by. People don't tend to keep newspapers, but probably most people will keep the newspaper on the day of the Queen's funeral. So it's got to be impactful, but at the same time, it has to be, it has to be exactly a respectful job it has to do. So, I think they've tried a decent balance, and I think you can tell about from the way they've done it. Look at the Express and think that's exactly the cover the Express readers will want.
There have been so many days when the front pages have been, front pages that people might keep. It's been, the day after it's announced, we've got today, tomorrow's, but Tuesday's papers will be. I'm interested, Zoe. The Guardian, probably more than most other papers over the last 9 or 10 days or so, have gone for other stories. On the front page, the cost of living and stories which have tended to be on the inside of other papers.
And that will be about readership and all that editorial value, right? So there have been a load of really important environmental stories this week, and it would be against the values of the paper, but also, arguably against the values of the royal family to prioritise this event for 10 days. And you had such kind of momentous news from Pakistan, you had such huge news from the IPCC, and not good. There is a kind of, the newspapers have to make a call when there's national mourning, whether they're going to completely get. And some newspapers call, but not all newspapers are ever going to make that call.
I should just say, good news in my ear, that the queue's finally closed. So there is no point now in turning up at the queue, because the queue has closed. Those in it will still be able to, over a few hours, be able to see the Queen lying in state, but there's no point turning up at the beginning of that queue. It's been astonishing, isn't it?
Well, also, we're talking about how newspapers have been covering this and repeatedly, day after day, over the last trying to find new angles, new ways of covering this very big story. And I think that the queue in the middle of the week actually give newspapers a bit of a fresh angle, a new way of approaching it. And I don't think that anybody perhaps expected that the queue was going to be still it's the longest queue that had ever been in history, at least that we know about. So it's enabled newspapers to change up their coverage a little bit and really put forward this outpouring of grief that's come from the public, just how much the Queen meant to the public. I think it's wonderful that the British people have been willing to stand for hours. Some people with disabilities, some people who are septuagenarians, octogenarians, standing in that queue for overnight to go and see the Queen.
Yeah, so there we are. That's on the website. To attend the line stays at final capacity and now opposed to new entrants. Not attempt to join the queue, but it's been astonishing. The queue, capital letters, had its own Twitter feed. It's on Instagram. People were filming the queue. Some people did it twice. I read. So, what do you put it down? Oh, look, clearly people are going for different reasons.
There has been, actually, it's interesting. There has been already some sociological research on it by the University of Sussex researchers, which than a queue of mourning. People join because they enjoy the sensation of being part of something, and that's huge. So while everybody there was certainly a monarchist, was predominantly a conservative crowd. It was 52% conservative. It was not overwhelmingly so. We also had a really good age split. It was 59% female, but generally speaking, until the age where you really wouldn't want to step on the pavement, you had a really good distribution across generations. And a lot of people, there was a kind of space between wanting to feel part of something and wanting to kind of voice some amorphous gratitude. And that did foster a really good atmosphere, right? Because if people are going for those reasons, it was a kind of communitarian and also grateful vibe, then that's going to be not a bad queue. It's not going to be like
but there was still a sense of camaraderie as well,
yes, there was.
In
My
the queue,
she said it was amazing camaraderie.
Yes.
And I think it took her 9 hours or so. But she said, I'm not really a monarchist, she said, but I just wanted to be there because it was a moment in history. And
that's exactly it. That's exactly what the researchers found. It wasn't monarchism.
Just forgive me for a moment. Let's go to Matthew Thompson, who I think is at the queue. I think, Matthew, what's the so it's closed. What's the scene down there?
No longer the back of the queue because the queue is no more. Finally, the queue closed after 5 days of queuing. There were still quite a lot of people left in the queue by the time they tried to shut it off. To be fair, they did try and get as many people through as possible, but it was clear about an hour or two ago that there just wasn't enough time to get everybody through. We know that the queue takes about 8 hours to get from where we are now, basically by London Bridge, all the way to Westminster. We know also that the Queen has to be cleared onto Westminster Hall so that the funeral can take place tomorrow at 6:30. So the simple mathematics meant that they had to close the queue around now. The queue is finally closed. Lots of very disappointed people. One person not that a little bit disappointed as Lauren has agreed to speak to us very quickly. Just your thoughts on missing out by a whisker.
Yeah, literally. If we went the wrong way as well. If we didn't go the wrong way, we would have probably been in time. So yeah, absolutely gutted. We went a crooked rather than over. So it's a shame, but.
How long were you waiting to get to this point?
I think around 2 hours.
Okay. So you hadn't been waiting to 6, it would have been slightly more long.
Yeah. It is frustrating.
Because we didn't have a chance. Why you left it?
We just literally were
right.
Other commitments. It just, hoping it didn't work. So. I don't know. Kind of
with the only armed force in the one branch. In so-called police actions, the president has 45 days to use only one branch of the service. Violated his oath of office by giving to the organizations to which we do not belong and getting them to give him
many sick demons. Look at that. Cabal. And just saying, there's a ritual going on in the world. Look how many people watching. They all mind control. One is going to break down these videos of shape-shifting entities. Are they going to say after this event today, there's another outbreak that is in London, and by the 24th of September 2022, they're going to say, oh, we've got another emergency update situation on the medical front. Who knows? Who knows? Spot the shapeshifter in the audience. Did you know? All members of commerce, all businesses, it's all business and commerce. Why do they need the public to be behind us like a cattle, like sheep? Just watch if you put a breakdown. People out there to break shifting. That made me fall asleep. I always wondered why they get the flags up after play, right? A lot of flags are kept flying up. London Bridge falling down, they must have known all this could happen. How much is this all costing when people are starving and hungry in the world? How much is all this costing the public purse? The cost of staying in hotels. About the underground dance ministry. But those hats must be heavy and hot. Are they clone of the room? Forces. These fighters look like this one, the Nepian entities. 4 horses carrying these entities. There's a good film on there called They Live. Interesting film. One dressed in green. Look what they're wearing. Army boots. The 2 at the front. Spot. Yeah. I'm too busy controlled by mobile phone to look at anybody. Ex-military. What do they do for the country? Go off in the Bangers Wars? Air Force. Scottish. Pipes. I can sense your Nephian demonic energy. Got it recorded. The demonic entities are. And all these uniforms. I'm not saying everyone's a shapeshifter. I'm just saying you've got to be careful and be aware. Which you wonder why they need to join in a military controlled organisation. Would you want to join in? They're joining the Rothschilds controlled order military. So whether it's a British major defence company, there's a lot of this information people find out. So where do they all stay? Yeah, I know what you did, demonic. It was up by Educate Yourself, Nephian. So go and research these demons if you want. Right. Cloning. Go and look at if you want to know about time travel. Let's see if I can find that. The war is a racket. Yeah. You want to know about underground dams. Feels nice second mind control connection. Let's have a look at yeah, a black. So there's the 21 girls that didn't lie. This is 2011. This is article. Don't think they have technology to look at this. Will give you information about the history and the evidence. Yeah. Philadelphia experiment, secret projects, black ops. Yeah. Time travel, portals, Monet project. It's all about that very informative video, mind control as well. All this stuff back in the 92s, this one is. Experimentation of UFO. It's not UFO, it's all about controlling the soul. Highly secretive information about projects. US government people had often asked why he hasn't been killed off. It goes into a bit more details. I can't go because they like to hack everything. This is ritual sacrifices that are going on, all sorts today as well. Teleportation, that's it. The jumping project. I don't think that ever existed. Jumping off a Navy ship. August the 12th, 1943. His brother Duncan Cameron, as of the Philadelphia experiment began to spot out of control on board the ship, and Al and his brother found themselves in the future hospital. Guess what year it was? 2137. Hospital personnel and other people whom he had spoke with told Al of the great changes and the events that occurred opening years of the 21st century. Now, Al was born in 1927, and his early memories from back as 9 months old, he remember sitting in that basket because he could fully understand the conversation that was taking place around the piano when Al attended grade school. He was known to his classmates as a walking encyclopedia. He had opportunities to take electronic tests before graduating high school in America. He was the only individual able to pass the test. The Navy was interested in the young man, you see, because of that. And he was recruited as a contractor towards the end of the Second World War. He worked on various areas of electronics as military contractors. The people who worked with him began to reveal the truth about the US government's involvement in extraterrestrials, PSI, psychic operation programs. Strange things started to happen to Al soon after. In Hawaii 57, he had a brief encounter with a man he believes now to be Mark Hellman, the actor of the Star Wars movie. Some years later, he was recruited into the Monarch program. And guess what? A development multi-level underground facility beneath the Fort Hero, Monarch, Long Island, New York. During his Monarch work, he worked with his normal day job in California and had a highly classified, high-speed, deep, tunneled underground highway train from Los Angeles to Long Island in 2 hours. To carry out his duties, the Monarch that took the 2-hour subway ride back to Los Angeles by early morning. After the time travel was perfected at Monarch, he could simply be transported to Fort Hero, Long Island, and back to his apartment in time using the Monarch time travel machine. During the 70s, Al was program director for the group of psychics who named the infamous Monarch Chair. Where do you think we are now with technology? Can you believe this next bit in the article? His job was to handle the operations of mind control program. He was regular contact with Duncan Kane and Preston Nicholas. There's another one. Was of the Monarch Boy program. 1980 travel equipment AI predicted that some of the time travel experiments he participated in. But he and Duncan used the Monarch time travel tunnel to travel to Mars. Can you believe that? All those years ago, to Mars on several occasions. He now remembers several other trips he took with special teams to a research station in the year goes back to, reckon, 100,000.000 BC2 to planets to get Castor's field of light and dark energy. And 3, to future time periods, and sometimes thousands of years ahead advance of our time. Don't you think the portals and portals, all these TV shows and films and programs are hinting at the past years what technology they've got. January 1998. After seeing the movie The Philadelphia Experiment, his memories, his participation, August 1944, started to return. Al believes his involvement with the monarch ended with that memory recovering. After time, and through meetings with Preston, Nicholas, Duncan and Cameron and others, many more believed his involvement with memories returned. Ironically, just after his memories returned, Dr. John Bannerman, a leading player in the Philadelphia experiment, and one project, attempted to get in touch with Hal. A promise he made to Ed Cameron should Hal ever begin to recover his memories of his participation Philadelphia experiment. Al made the decision to go public with the information about his involvement in 1989. He believed that he has been harmed. He's not been harmed to stop because his time traveling experience have locked him into a timeline. And it's not sci-fi, this is all real. You need to research yourself. Somehow they made him, somehow by being here today, he is among others in the Monarch program to serve and balance the time warping, imbalance effects they from prior time experiences. During this tape interviews, A. Black said he received information up to 2 million children. That go missing each year. What do you think they're covering up? And why? And that was all those years ago. And this is made by Ted Gladstone, the late ex-FBI agent at the time. He's passed away now. And others, many children being snatched by the government agents and others, government experiments and monkey child programs, underground labour slaves for aliens, satanic ritual abuses, other things I can't repeat here, and the black op programs, it's my labs. What do you think they're doing to adults too, and still going on? What evidence is it I've got? Recording evidence. Don't get fooled by false flags. Don't buy real serious false flags. You have to do your own research, unfortunately. Right, I'll go back to this. Your voice is a bit scrambled. Yeah, hello tech. I'll get to unfortunately. Must be a signal. No, it's the powers that be monitoring all communication in England. So this is what goes on. So go into the main chat. Let's have a look. Let me go out with this and check your channel. Oh, I shall listen to this myself. Two o'clock in the afternoon. The world's not controlled by elites. We are powerful souls. Okay? And that's what this is headed off. If you don't realise they have technology to control a lot of things. And it's AI roboticness. That's right. So let's go back and chat. Okay. So you don't have their contact, and you don't have any of your own. And you say you put up. Stop account. So you really don't believe why do you reckon they created a movie called Superman, right? And similar like-minded films. Okay, I'm going to delete a comment because you obviously don't comprehend the technology advancement that they're doing. If you are a kid, you really need to comprehend, learn about advancement in brain. Go and do something for yourself. So you don't have their contact, interest technology, and might be interested in having your own. So this is not made for kids. So if you're a kid, this is made for over 18s only. So I'm removing it for that reason. You really don't believe why do you reckon it's a movie? I have none, but and similar like-minded. My sound is fine. my dad, he is because they lie that I know they're monitoring what I'm saying. Right, Ayak. Here we go. If you want to research about the Mars, oh yeah. Oh, gotta get a drink. Just thought I'd add this to remember that the life stage and there's a lot of things going on in the bigger picture. Don't you think they could hack into your neurocortex? Hmm? Let me see if this website comes up. Yes, God, let's see. You want to go in time travel? Black Ops? There you go. If you want to go and look at Super Soldiers Talk, sit.com.net, and that contain more real life experiences. Joining the military, is the military career what you want? Hacker uncovered US off-planet space navy. Can you believe that? Murder and attempted murder on Mars Force members. The secret space program. Let's see if that works. Evidence that we're already on Mars. The final documentary. Wow. Science Report had in Anglo TV, that's based in England, 1st of April 1977. Hour of broadcasting, the station issued a hurry statement stating that the show was a hoax, which is not. We believe that the film is 95% fake, but the 5% of the most important footage of the 20th century and totally accurate. That is NASA footage of people on Mars. We believe that much of the story is also the truth. Just by whether this is hacking. But nothing about to and hacking to all sorts. So there used to be non-terrestrial offices that dealt. They have software technology hundreds of years in advance of anything you can buy. In addition, nothing above a certain security level would ever be connected to a public network. It would only be allowed to be connected to certain segments of a private network, and they have lots of them. Encrypted networks that never touch a public network. I knew a lot of this. Multiple sites, multiple security systems and dates. This guy was hacking into certain network. What he uncovered was true. So what does he do? He's a computer hacker. Gary McConaughey, English hacker, facing 70 years US prison for hacking the Pentagon site's UFO evidence. It doesn't say what date right now. He found a list of officers named their claims under the heading non-terrestrial officers. So what dates? Believe me, after having worked in a government contract and seen a maximum security afforded, even, well, let's have a look then, if it's still on this website. Well, look at this. You Nephilim demons. Doesn't mean little green men. What I think it means is not Earth-based. I found a list of fleet to fleet transfers, a list of ship names. I looked them up. They weren't US Navy ships. What I saw made me believe they are some kind of spaceship or planet. The Americans have a secret spaceship. And what this tackle evidence has led to me to believe some of the kind of. Let's have a look at this. He's being asked questions. Right, the article in The Guardian is 23rd July 2015. Wow, wow, wow. So I told you the advancement technology is already here. It's orchestrated this. It's a note. Now it's a profoundly and important element. Data and assumption are correct. It validates what I believe others have been saying for many years that US Navy military may well be operating off-planet via the back-engineered ET technology of World War II German for a long time, long enough to otherwise confirm. For those who remember, yeah, I thought so. Didn't want it people out there. Okay. 2005 article. Artificial intelligence now, isn't it? So, the ascension as Mother Earth's coming planetary demands shift. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. So. The hidden history in 1980 October surprise shadow government and deep state can finally be revealed. PDF. look at this subject. The article covers machine versions of Earth, which we humans are expendable slave population subjected to AI, artificial intelligence, in entertainment, surveillance, DNA engineering, and external weather warfare, all in new artificial timeline. There you go, is to hold the community of human souls hostage by preventing and cooperating humanity's access to positive and input from the higher forces interdimensional, of which the real Earth is a living component, such as interdimensional, celestial, spiritual beings, souls, and spiritual dimensions. There is evidence that the primary use of the goes into this, such a harm, for example, is a spiritual weapon. Deny humanity's souls access to spiritual energy, all spiritual beings, an input that enters our universe, galaxy, and solar system through interdimensional portals. Download the article, 47 pages book. I'll stop sharing this for a minute. Here we go.
You seem to have gone down a bit, but as you can tell, steady.
So there was massive protests in Athens against introduction of university police on Greek campuses. Demonstrations also. Wow, how long ago was that one? There's all sorts going on in the world. a lot of people covering alternative media. Alternative social media. They don't want you to know information. That's why they're hacking me now. Again.
Nat Turner, he was a slave. He snuck out of his house at midnight, knowing he could be shot or hung from a tree, just to lay eyes on a woman he loves. And you can't return my text? Wow.
Right, let's get that down. Right, so you've got, Project Pegasus, the DARPA, CIAS project, right, go back to screen sharing. On screen sharing. Right, so where was it? I found this. Right. Down page 5 of 47, it does clearly state the project PEGASUS, the DARPA CIA US government secret time travel program. This is now a significant quantum corroborated eyewitnesses and evidence and reasonable for financial forensics to conclude the CIA 1998, the treasonous sabotage of Jimmy Carter's presidency, allegedly then, may have been in the part because of the shadow government CIA within the CIA, Spring actors within NASA, NSA, and other deep state conspirators that worked to unseat Carter. So they implied that they discovered Carter was an extraterrestrial abductee. But don't forget, it's my labs. It's like military-based advanced technology they use, and imply it's UFO. Okay, so people need to research their own due diligence on this subject. On June the 4th, 2017, former US clairvoyant Andrew D. Basio, a charged participant in secret time travel projects on behalf of the US government and an eyewitness to Weber's 1973 abductions, publicly stated, "For me, this Jimmy Carter ET abductional solves a long-standing mystery as to why the CIA betrayed Carter in 1978 and backed Reagan. There is now the real possibility that they did so because they discovered that Carter was an abductee. Having worked on 2 classified US defense projects, I could say that US defense continually was profoundly I can't pronounce that word, constructive by the ET presence because they didn't know who the ETs were. They were from for what, or where they're from for what they wanted. The summary down here of Alfred Rory and Andy, 1969-1975, bloody hell, article. states, meaning taken forward to stars by the same during the period of 1969-75 into a later sequence of events, summarizing the common underlying emissions. And it goes into, what about that film? Remember that film, Close Encounters, and the film called E.T.? Yeah. You might want to dig about how those films came about, the author and the scripts. You might want to dig around and find things out about all that, if you want. Yeah, time travel, according to the project and the officers involved. Quantum, there's a quantum enlightenment, and Albert had been a time travel quantum entanglement with Andy since 1971, when the DARPA project time travel in this book, and that was 2005. Wow. I mean, don't forget the evidence of all this advancement technology is not by chance where we are to date. So I won't go into all that because it's quite detailed. This is off the I'll come out. This is off the MarsRecords.com/Mars Records. The hacker uncovered US planet space navy. Unfortunately, there's also one on mind control. Yeah, my labs. This is the one. Victims of alien abductions and military abductions. They can remove on-control commands. It's just really sick, the advancement technology, what they're doing now. And everyone's distracted by what's going on in the world today. Mind control, ritual abuse as well. You could have the abilities to telepath, empath. There are technology out there about wormholes. Ability to draw things towards you, advanced knowingness, advanced technical, mathematical abilities. A healer, medically intuitive. It's a long list. This article I won't go into it all because it's quite detailed. It's easier to watch things than read things sometimes. Anyway, for now, I'm going to mute this for 5 minutes. Right, I thought so.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Monday, March 28th, 2022. And for those of you that have followed my channel for a long time, you know that
Just
sometimes
piss off and
information
hacking my
on
brain.
specific situations.
Pausing this for a minute. I've got audio evidence. Yet again. I'm going to screen share those. They're just hacking into a new cortex. Right, as predicted, someone's predicted this volcano might erupt again. L.A. Palmer awakening volcano. Would it be Goswell false flag event leading up towards the part of the week on the 24th of the night, 2022? Radiating my bloody head in my ears and at the moment, so and my bloody head is like straw. So get off me, you demons. Got no consent to hack into me. Right, this that volcano that originally erupted. There's predictions, and I'm going to play this audio in the background where it's predicted that this might be cause what may happen at 3:30 now. Get my fucking head. I'm listening to an audio with a neurocortex. You effing demons hacking into my bloody brain and then fucking hell radiating me at the same time. I'm not your sacrifice and nobody's been targeted. I won't say certain things because all this Masonic. Right, combination disasters. Just listening to this and play this in the background. I have to turn my Wi-Fi off just a minute. The radiating in my effing ears. Could it be related? Sacrificing these demonic entities, right? I'm screen sharing this channel. Go and watch this and see what I can about the volcano.
Homer warning about the end of the world. Now you also have this in another episode of The Simpsons. In another episode of The Simpsons, you have the four men of the apocalypse from the book of Revelation. So you can connect predictive programming in different programs and adverts. They all relate to each other. They're all saying the same kind of thing of a zombie apocalypse, a meteor, a volcano, and a tsunami. Now, in this predictive programming, the books next to Homer are Ice World, Los Angeles. This could mean that the pole shift will take us into a new ice age. And the second book is Volca Asteroid. Volca Asteroid. So it's combining the volcano and the asteroid. Volca Asteroid. That's the Palma and the meteor. And it looks like the meteor event will come first, and then La Palma will come after it. As a result, meteor. And then it has a book called Kathy Griffin, Even Armageddon Won't Stop Me. So, in The Economist magazine, Next Catastrophe, it says how to survive the next catastrophe, where you have 7 pictures. Now, the predictive programming is always the same.
Go away, demon Freemasons, yeah? Commit your 300. The advancement of the potential, yes, days. No matter how much you radiate me and set me up on a physical sense, you can't take my soul. Get it? The secret societies, We all been distracted by watching what's going on in the UK of the late Queen. You want to research the evidence, but it's too late. Right. We all been distracted by these events. Keyword I'm not going to say because you know what it's like. Right. By this. Right. Oh, this is ridiculous. Are they all zombies? Great big screens in the park. How ironic. And I can't sit. They're all able-bodied. Are they all nephew mixed non-human entities? Mainstream media, as per usual, controlled. Can't make this BS up. I'll put it here.
And I'll show you this in different bits, different adverts and different clips of The Simpsons. So here we have The Simpsons. Remember that the meteor will cause an EMP. So there's a meteor coming towards the Earth, Volca asteroid, one of the Doomsday books next to Homer.
So, what have you learned so far from our post-apocalyptic movie marathon?
Guys who call themselves preacher or deacon are very bad. Water is money, unless gasoline is money. And even though lots of things are razor sharp, no one ever shaves.
Hollywood.
So what he's saying to you is that Hollywood have been programming you through these apocalyptic films to accept the events that are coming. And so the bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. When this event happens, people are going to be dumbfounded. And they won't question the fact that all it is actually man-made. It's all orchestrated by man. So we have this clip from The Simpsons about the apocalypse and the comet impact. Now, when we go to the comet impact, you'll see that it targets the United States, and you have zombies on the meteor.
Look, you can have potato chips now, or if you wait 10 minutes, you can have all the brains you can eat.
I want both.
So you have the meteor, you have the zombies. The zombies relate to the monkey magic. Primates walk like zombies. So what it's saying is that this is a de-evolution. A zombie walks like a primate, like an ape. This is to do with the monkey magic, programming of the monkey magic. You have the combined disasters card, in the Illuminati game cards. Now, has this event already happened with the Japan tsunami, or is it that this will be the volcano and the meteor? Will the meteor event be worldwide? Is that why we have the different continents, the different colours of the continents, which symbolise the Olympic rings, the different continents? And it says, you may combine two disasters. Now, on the Fukushima one, you had the nuclear and the tsunami. But could this also refer to the volcano, La Palma, and the meteor event, combined disasters, as you had in The Simpsons, that book, Volca Asteroid? Now, it can be read as 255, or could it be read, the clock here, because the hands are difficult to see which one is the longest one. Could it be 1111? So you have combined disasters. You have the Simpsons clip, Volca Asteroid, The Simpsons, the zombies, all of it you have in the Illuminati game cards as well. So you have the same predictive.
Gotcha, bitch. Clickbait. But there is truth to this fucking topic that I'm gonna be discussing. I'm gonna wait for people to come up in here. Break it down. So Nappy Roots, he seemed like I don't even know the dude personally. I didn't watch a lot of his content. He was homeless, right? I guess he was doing what he was doing. He was living in a van, had a dog, and he would film gang stalking tactics. I'm not gonna lie, like he was being harassed by the police. That was kind of obvious. So what he started doing was protesting, right? And this is when things get muddy, okay? Now, like, I'm gonna address him before I go into Nappy Roots. Like, I know the dude he doesn't deserve to be in jail. He doesn't deserve to be gang stalked, right? But this TI community, what you guys do is like, you find, like, if there's a normal TI, you just shit on him. Oh, we don't know. He's normal. He might be an agent. Why is he like this? Why is he like that? How's he have a house? How's he have a job? That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about me personally, but any TI. Oh, he was in the military. He's in the military, so that means that
Wow. Just pausing this for a minute because they really have been hacking into me during my meant to be asleep, and I got a lot of audio evidence. Gone to town, and yeah. Let's go back playing the predictions.
Predictive programming, the meteor, everything. Now, this advert for Freeview TV, drawing the Free Love Freeway, which was on British TV, saying in 2018, advertising British TV, set in America, it's set on Route 66, the Devil's Highway. And it has a car, a Mustang, a red Mustang, which is known as a...
Oh, in the meantime, a former guy, I won't say who he's called, was set up in America. He used to have a channel and he changed the name when I had roots. So an individual has made a video about him making assumptions. He made it quite clear he didn't know him personally. Or he lived in a van and he had a dog and he was protesting. Well, I've got email evidence, first-hand evidence, that 2 females had set him up in America and California. And thanks to those Freemason Illuminati connections, They deliberately made sure he is where he is now. And there's two beautiful dogs and now don't know where they are. And all this period of time, that gentleman did a lot for those going through what I'm going through around in parts of the world. And he was genuine because there's also a talk blog radio show from New York City. A gentleman was also hosting with two. That's what my wife is like. Can you hear that? You'll get one angry, won't you? What you can hear is a hack into my brain in the background. Yeah, I've got an audio recording of this. Yeah, so that this program and advancement technology is real, and the Nephian demonic fallen entities are real. The shape-shifting subject is real. The advancement technology is real. So for those that are not awake, then it's your problem, not mine. This is a spiritual, extreme spiritual war. So while you're being distracted and all sorts, who are coming after? Because they hate children of Dan. They hate the tribe of Dan in the biblical text, biblical terminology. Oh yeah. So these souls in these entities, known men and women, going after somebody, anyone, whether it's offline or online, their soul's already been taken and they are just possessed and playing out a role. So I'll go back to the audio prediction, potentially in the next few days onwards.
War horse or horseman. So it represents one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. It's going down Route 66. Now this advert is full of the similar predictive programming, but this advert gives us a timeline. So let's play it. You have the devil's horns on the car. You have a snake, which looks like the Air for Freeview. You have a snake. This model was actually called a Cobra Mustang. You have the three lights here, the 33 of Freemasonry. Devil's horns, Devil's Highway, 66. The F looks like a snake, or it looks like a lightning strike. We've had the Russian invasion of Ukraine with lightning strikes. Now this, as I say, this car is known as the Horseman. So it represents one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Again, you see this in The Simpsons, you see it in the Economist magazine cover. And so this indicates that war will be continuous throughout these events, World War III. So we have the Big Brother, all-seeing eye, with lightning strikes, with a star. It looks like a communist symbol. Remember the lightning strikes you've had with this invasion of Ukraine by Russia. You have the BB, and the BB looks like 1313, 33 of Freemasonry, 33. Big Brother, lightning strikes, Lucifer or Satan fell down to earth like a lightning bolt. All-seeing eye. This seems to refer also to China, that after these events we'll be in a war with China. So star, also North Korea. So you can see all-seeing eye, lightning strikes, the symbolism we see today. So we've had the Ukraine invasion by Russia with the lightning bolts and the Z symbolism. Z symbolizes the lightning bolt. The meteor is called Project Thor. The meteor weapon system is called Project Thor, and that weapon system, Thor, has a lightning bolt. You have the Jubilee. He celebrates the Jubilee here. The unstoppable train. Nothing can stop these events. Then he comes to the crossroads in Route 66. In Route 66, there is a crossroad called the Devil's Crossroads. So in Route 66, the Devil's Highway, there's actually a specially part of the road that's called the Devil's Crossroads. So the crossroads is where you meet the devil, and it says that beyond this point, things are going to change. And you see the other three men of the apocalypse, Peaky Blinders. You have the Peaky Blinders guy do the ceremony for the Commonwealth Games, which had a sacrifice to the bull god Molech. It's time for sacrifice. These events will be on TV, and it says Hollyoaks. Now, the oak symbolizes the Druids. The oak was celebrated as the tree of knowledge in the 2012 Olympics. And according to Jordan Maxwell, in Hollywood, the holly stick is what the magician uses to cast his spells. Holly oaks. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you have Roy's Rolls Cup. That's from Coronation Street. Coronation, as is in the Next Catastrophe. Here we go. Next Catastrophe, Coronation Street ducks. Dead duck, symbolizing the death of the Queen. Crown bug, nuclear explosion. This is probably Ukraine. Solar flare, that will create an EMP from the corona, the crown, the seventh chakra, the Keter, the crown of Freemasonry, the crown of the Kabbalah, as well as the crown of the British crown, and the death of the Queen. You have the meteor, you have the volcano, Volca asteroid. That will cause the sea levels to rise. You have the pig, holy practices, body parts, or the banks. You have these masks. The cat looks like a monkey masks in the Soviet Union, these were called. He does not have one because he didn't take the potion. This is to do with monkey magic. So we have these events again, repeated again, as we have them in The Simpsons, and in other episodes of the Economist magazine, and in this Freeview advert. So we have the Roy's Rolls Cup, death, shows you it's tipped over, death of the Queen. There we go, death of the Queen, corona. The other three men of the apocalypse go past. Peaky Blinders just did the Commonwealth Games opening ceremony with Moloch, the bull, time for sacrifice. And then we have the meteor from X Factor. 24-hour police custody, so everything will be shut down. Hush sign of the Rosicrucians, he has a sovereign ring, sovereign crown. He is also hooded, the Brotherhood. After this, it's like Bush Tucker's trial. Everything's like Mad Max. Then we have what looks like La Palma, Love Island. You've had strange deaths on this program, and before the crown bug, they were actually going to be filming on La Palma, but because of the crown bug, they stayed in they do it now in the Balearic Islands. But they were actually going to film this in the Canary Islands. So Love Island, that I think refers to La Palma. And then you have the fighting giraffes. This symbolizes the Rothschilds. A species of giraffe is named after the Rothschilds. This advert was actually filmed in South Africa, but it's meant to represent Route 66. This seems to be the World Cup and lots of balls. Again, you have the same symbols, the same predictive programming in many adverts and programs, like in the Have I Got News For You intros. And then we have the zombies again, and it flashes to the crown just before the zombies, flashes to the crown. Crown bug, zombies. They walk like primates. This is to do with the monkey magic. And then they go to the blue car of Freemasonry, red car, blue car, and then we go to a new age. The Thunderbird, which is like the phoenix, comes out of the Mount Rushmore, and we go into a new age. There we go, into the new age. All these things are all related, and this is why you can connect the dots in different parts of predictive programming, and it looks like that the actual event, the meteor event, will then lead to the collapse of La Palma. Thank you.
Let me please introduce our distinguished speaker for today. Please join me in welcoming Elon Musk.
Okay, I don't think I need to introduce myself, but if you don't know me, I'm Elon Musk. I started X.com, which grew into PayPal, something you might have heard of. I started SpaceX, and we've had some of the most successful space launches in the history of mankind, and also managed to recover and reuse them. I also own the Boring Company, OpenAI, Neuralink, and Solar City, and of course, Tesla. None of that excites me as much as what I'm about to present to you. OpenAI is what led me to this. We've been working hard for over the last 2 years, and we've done for the first time what no one else has yet. We've developed a piece of quantum computing software. It's the first in the world. I personally
Well. Let's get this started. That's 12 o'clock. Right, I'm ending this stream. This is still morning. Did you see that one? Yeah, I know. Did you charge it up? Where did it go? There it is. Yeah, I know. I know. The demons are aggressive. My hair is like straw because I like to radiate people. So also got radiation coming in off the sun. So it's basically what the seam is. Radiation storm of the sun, solar radiation. Let's have a look at this on top, what's going on in the world. I don't know what distractions going on in the BS. There's loads of hacking going on because they don't want people to be awake. It's just so demonic, they're attacking my effing legs, my body. You know, even if I do this, the radiation, they're ramping up. Go and look at alternative sources for information because I can't keep bloody typing this effing stuff. And the Gold Brothers coming in. So, right. What is this? How long ago was this information about the TR and Space News? Right? Just going to close the audio.
Space weather this week has calmed down for the most part. As we take a look at our Earth-facing disk, we have region 3098 here in the north. It's beginning to rotate to the sun's west limb, and it's actually shown quite a bit of growth over the last day or so. It's even fired an M-class flare, but for the most part, the activity is pretty much false starts. Nonetheless, we are still watching it for, especially for radiation storms, and I'll talk about the reason why.
The radiation of 5G
Meanwhile, we also have region 3102 that's in the south. It's just rotated into view. This region is a solar storm player. It did launch some solar storms while on the sun's far side, so we're going to be paying attention to it because in about 2 to 3 days, it will be rotating into the Earth strike zone. And if it launches a solar storm, it could definitely be Earth directed. Outside of that, we have a small coronal hole that's rotating through the center disk right now. Sadly, this coronal hole is not going to send us enough fast wind with the right polarity to give us a big solar storm. So don't get too excited about it, but it could give us unsettled conditions here in about 2 to 3 days. But outside of that, everything that we see on the Earth-facing disk is pretty calm. We are waiting for new regions to rotate into Earth view from the sun's far side, and that's when activity will pick up. Meanwhile, we're already in radiation
the ancient
we have elevated fluxes
civilizations went underground in caves because of the sun. Solar maximum.
A radiation storm that's actually
Ignore the perps outside.
We're only at elevated levels right now, but it won't take much to pop us over that S1 storm level. So we're kind of watching that. Also, on top of that, we have elevated electron fluxes in the radiation belts right now. And so satellite operators, especially in GEO and in MEO orbits, are not enjoying their time right now. So we really don't need any more radiation storms at the moment. We'd like things to kind of calm down. So we're definitely watching that region very, very closely. Meanwhile, we're expecting that these conditions will continue.
Very strong radiation.
Possibly increase a little bit more simply because we have new
Thought it
regions
was
that are
really strong.
over this next week. For more details on this week's space weather, including how the fast winds
This is really good channel to go and watch.
check out my channel for seeing its space weather.
So you got front side of the sun. Yeah, 9th to 9th that was dated, but we're now in 2 weeks later. Partial play sun, but I heard there was also well, the world has been distracted by the late Queen passing. Remember, right? Yeah, people are aware. Suspicious observers. The risk to Earth is very good. He's got a video up, massive. I mean, that's years ago, but up to date every day he puts up videos. You've got spiritual pastors, harrogans, and all sorts of information, but be careful about fear mongering. Right, I've got to end this stream. This really is 8 days ago. Grant solar minimum prediction on the Earth facing. Yeah, does not regret it, but this is why you can go and watch that subject. There's other websites this individual has, and that breaks a lot of things down, which is really good. In the meantime, I've got a detox. This is really PDF book. I think you can get some books and stuff. The Earth facing solar. So
Why is Europe going crazy over the...
you've got solar polar fields chart. Dated 28/8/2022. If you understand what these charts mean, this is really good. And those that study space weather as well, if you're into that. This is interesting corona model. Mean magnetic field of the sun. When it's weakened, it's where the radiation comes in. So what we're looking at, we're now July. Where's the dates for August, September? It's not up there. Okay, we'll get out of that one. The latest. Go away, you demons. Heavy monkeys. Okay, so it's interesting. First of November begins. What graph is this? If anyone knows the space weather and you got dates for 2022 come up. Stanford mean solar magnetic field. Let's have it. That's what I'm looking at is September's dates. They haven't put anything up. They're blocking me hacking into me. Right, let's look at August. So let's look at the last date in August. We've got 1st of September. Let's have a look. It's not coming up. Gives the north, south, west, and east latitudes. Anyone can understand this. Scopes and charts. Corona magnet field tables computerized. Latest let's have a look. Activity daily. It explains the warning of the WSO polarization sensitivity was reduced 16th December 2016. May 18th, 2017, values of means the field has not been recalibrated and are back to about 1.55 updated. So it gives just a definition meaning, I assume. The field of the sun. See, some information I can't access, others may. Chronal model. Do you want to use your children to do this targeting and you're certain individuals right outside my bloody window? Really, in the times we're living in? Such a sad world we're living in when they do that. Right, so I just want to observe and I will just now got to go. Solar effects of the sun projection. The I thought it was very strong. The atmosphere is affected. They've got a spray to protect the earth from the effects of the corona. I'm not a scientist, I'm not an expert in the sun and its effects, but I know they've got a white sun stimulator up in the sky in front of the natural sun. There's a reason why they make that. And when you're looking why they're not going to tell the public to scare them, are they? Why do you think they built underground bunkers? It's not just for the obvious, but also there was somebody's made a really good different social media platform. People will know where they were on the 24th September 2022. That's all I'm going to say about that publicly. You need to educate yourself on that subject and do some digging. And if you haven't got your food, basic supplies, non-reliant on mainstream gas, electric as well. Whatever happens, it happens. Empaths out there, you know. Wow. Suddenly, the mainstream media projection of the late Queen all over, and now you've got all these. You can't treat today as a holiday, not when you know a certain subject's going on. In Australia, they're treating tomorrow, the 20th of Tuesday, as a holiday, public holiday, because of the monarch, the Commonwealth. You need to look at business and commerce, really need to look at a bigger picture as well to comprehend the knowledge. So it's not just one thing happening, it's combination, but need to break it down one thing at a time. Right, that's it for now. Well, corona mass ejections. Shite. Okay. Let's focus on the comments. People put it down. Yeah, safe zones in disaster. Best estimates. Yeah. We've got to keep your vibrations low, you see, so sucking your energy out your body on your spiritual energy. What the demonically, what they do. Just having a look at the information. People that study these charts are very informative. Messing about the electronic fields and then you're using advancement and technology on top. It's just massive disaster. Yeah, it's interesting. Just tonight, the Queen's reaction, the late Queen, I should say, to the death of her sister Margaret and her late mother. That's a year ago. It's a documentary on mainstream media that I've got. I'll link up, come up. Wow, didn't know about that. That's interesting. Who's an expert on the royals? Anyway, the disaster cycle is marching on. Special message for you. This is only a year ago. This is like sun controls climate. It's not global warming, by the way. If you want to investigate more, it's up to you. Yeah, 4 days ago. Powers that be are lying. They're preparing for total chaos. The UN military allegedly staying in UK hotels. They expect a civil unrest. Oh, but I've got to meet this so I can watch this. Right, just be prepared for anything, right? As I said before, how many hours am I going to end the stream now? Educate yourself to all, good look at the history. If you want to know who's controlled this physical assistant, I don't care about the distractions they're doing right now. I'm doing this for a reason. Educateyourself.org is a website. Can't find it now. 21 goals, Illuminati, committed 300. I mean, this is all leading distractions. You can, the weather, you know, you want to be distracted by movies, films going on mainstream media, especially in England at the moment. Fine, it's up to you what you do, what you want. But I tell you, there's people around the world that knows the truth. Excuse me. Right. Click on your tab and find that website, and then I'll tell you, you don't want to have technology, each to their own. Doesn't matter, I've got the Wi-Fi on and off, on or off. Right, just show you, go and watch some of these videos of transhumanism. Advancement in technology is already here. I'll show you this website. If you want to go look it up. You want to go into MK Ultra, out of your mind. You want to go into how they're decoding the elite do not want you to hear. Right. A matrix. Nicholas88.com/, and you'll be able to see information there. This is a symbol that they do. Very, very, very good website. Okay. The final general ascension of Enoch. Very, very powerful. I might watch that and end the stream. Traditional Christianity has been to read the Book of Enoch, or scared, I should say. But the key reality understanding what's going on in the modern world is found in comics, you know, what it quotes here, with animals and humans and provoking the Lord. It tells of Enoch and who the watchers, fallen angels, asked to plead their case before the Lord for what they had done here on earth, which is reference to the Book of Jude. The angels who left their first state, Satan, is after the temple of God. Okay. Plain and simple, and you are the temple, and that's the biggest mystery of all. But how can we, right? The Nepian that are mingled among us. If you don't want to watch the videos, he has a channel, I assume it's still up, but this is his website. Excellent. First Corinthians chapter 6 verses 3. Know ye not that we shall judge angels, how much more things that pertain to this life. So are humans going to judge good angels? No, humans will judge the fallen angels for what they have brought on humanity. Teaching of war and magic and the mixing of you know what, etc. Better really start understanding why things are being hidden from us, so you dig out and who the real enemy is. Okay. Starseed site workers The ancient book of Jasha audio version, a reference to, yeah, really good sources of information. And just quickly go through. Right, so that's it. I'll end my stream. I'm going to play this in the background. The one is reference to Nephian that are mingled among us. So I'll stop sharing that and I'm going to mute this stream. Well, end it actually, and signing up.